House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 10th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay honor and tribute to the extraordinary career of a faithful servant leader, the Reverend Dr. Tommy L. Lewis, as we celebrate his retirement as the senior pastor of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City after 42 years of service. Throughout his life, Pastor T.L. Lewis has poured into his community as both a faith leader and a public servant. After answering the call to ministry in 1973, he led several congregations before settling at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City in 1982. As pastor, Dr. T.L. Lewis worked to expand Bethel's congregation and deepen its impact by establishing a new worship center in 1990, which included a sanctuary with a seating capacity of 1,800. And he commissioned a family life center, which became the Bethel Community Life Center that garnered thousands of dollars from both the state and federal to support community development and educational initiatives. After a tornado destroyed these buildings in 2011, it was Pastor Lewis who rallied the community together and rebuilt a beautiful new sanctuary that was completed and consecrated on August 24th, 2014. On a personal note, I've been blessed to call Pastor Lewis a dear friend and a trusted spiritual leader and a mentor. It's because of him that so much has changed in Pratt City and Birmingham, and we are eternally grateful. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Dr. T.L. Lewis on his retirement as senior pastor at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City after 42 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a trailblazing leader, Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover, as she retires after 11 years as president of Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee. The first woman to ever hold this position, Dr. Glover has spent her career breaking down barriers and shattering glass ceilings. A native of Memphis, Dr. Glover has accomplished a career both in academia and in business. She is one of 2 African-American women nationwide to hold the combination of PhD, CPA, and JD. As president of Tennessee State University, Dr. Glover oversaw significant growth and further solidified TSU's status as one of America's preeminent HBCUs. And her efforts have earned her the role of vice chair of President Biden's HBCU Board of Advisors. On a personal note, I know Dr. Glover as my sorority sister and as my mentor. Among her many affiliations, she is a lifetime member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and served as its immediate past international president. It was my mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, who mentored Dr. Glover in her ascension and was so proud of her when she became the international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority and as president of TSU. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the retirement of Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover, the first woman president of Tennessee State University. I know that her retirement does not mean the end of her commitment to community service. I know it will allow her some much-needed rest and time to spend with her family and friends. We wish her nothing but the best in her future endeavors. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of the National Community Action Foundation as they celebrate 60 years of community action. Virtually every county throughout the country has a community action agency, which are organizations charged with fighting poverty at the local level. Today, I want to recognize some of the incredible work these agencies do at the local level to create opportunities for people to move from poverty to financial independence. Community action agencies administer federal funds from the Community Services Block Grant, which continues to be the only federal program with explicit and overarching goal of reducing poverty regardless of its cause. The vast majority of CSBG funds, no less than 90% of each state's allotment, go directly to local agencies who can use these flexible funds to tailor a unique response to poverty in their communities. Community action agencies are highly successful at leveraging their CSBG allotments to obtain a wide array of other public and private dollars, showing the immense benefits of supporting successful public-private partnerships. These agencies often help administer a wide array of programs, including Head Start, USDA food programs, LIHEAP, federal homelessness programs, workforce funding, and much more. For more than 60 years, the Community Action Network has inspired a spirit of hope, helping millions of people each year change their lives and improve communities all across America. I want to highlight one of the successful agencies in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, the Northern Tier Community Action Corporation. Northern Tier Community Action has served a 4-county region in my district since 1966. Covering more than 3,000 square miles and serving thousands of individuals annually. They operate a highly successful Head Start program, providing education, health, nutrition, and social services to families with young children who otherwise may not be able to access these services in these rural communities. Northern Tier also provides housing assistance to families facing imminent loss of their existing housing or who are currently homeless, and they help connect low-income individuals to everything from food to energy assistance. While agencies like Northern Tier are successful at leveraging CSBG dollars, we can and must do more to make these dollars go even further. Unfortunately, the CSBG program has not been reauthorized in nearly 3 decades. The program, while successful, needs some modernization to allow agencies the ability to tap their full potential and better serve families and communities. This program has a strong history of bipartisan support because of the great work it enables, which is why I continue to be a proud partner with my friend, Congresswoman Susan Bonamici, on championing recent reauthorization efforts. Several provisions would make the program significantly stronger, including expanded eligibility and an increased authorization to make sure these funds can serve those most in need. It is also critical that community action agencies maintain local control over planning and activities and avoid a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. I'm also excited about the possibility of a new broadband navigator program within CSBG in response to the broadband and digital needs of low-income families and communities. It is time for Congress to renew our nation's commitment to reducing poverty by reauthorizing the Community Services Block Grant Program. Thank you once again to the National Community Action Foundation and the community action agencies across the country who serve those most in need every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the balance.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. I stand before you today with immense pride to recognize DJH Kids, a remarkable nonprofit organization in my district. This exceptional group has successfully obtained a key permit for the proposed Dylan Jude Harrell Community Center in Ilwaco. This community center honors the life of Dylan Jude Harrell, who was 4 years old when she was diagnosed with diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma, a rare, incurable brain cancer, before passing away 20 months later. This community center will strengthen the foundations of Ilwaco by addressing the child care crisis working families are facing and bringing together folks for recreational activities and community-led events. Community centers like this one are key to a time when average cost of child care in the U.S. has risen by 220% in the last 30 years. I asked my colleagues to join me in congratulating the folks at DJH Kids and the entire team supporting Dylan Jude Harrell Community Center. I'm excited for what the future of Ilwaco has in store. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the remarkable resilience and dedication of Deputy Drew Kinnison of the Clark County Sheriff's Department. With his 15-year tenure, Deputy Kinnison embodies the essence of a public servant. Just a year following an incident that led to the amputation of his left leg above the knee, Deputy Kinnison made a return to patrol duty. His injury resulted from a duty-related accident where a falling tree branch trapped him in his patrol vehicle. It was the efforts of his fellow SWAT team members and emergency responders that saved his life, in a moment which reflected the best of those who serve our community. Deputy Kinnison remained positive and determined to return to service throughout his recovery. His journey is a testament to his character and his passion for service. I stand with my community in honoring his unwavering commitment to duty and wish him success as he works towards rejoining the SWAT team. Deputy Kinnison embodies the best of Southwest Washington and our law enforcement community, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for his service and the inspiration he provides to us all. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a remarkable individual in my district, Mr. Doug Bill Schwartz, a distinguished World War II veteran who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. Bill's service journey began in the Navy, where he achieved the prestigious rank of radioman first class. While stationed on the USS Clark Mills, While serving on the USS Clark Mills, the vessel was struck by a torpedo in the Mediterranean and sunk. Remarkably, Bill survived this dire situation, being rescued by a British tug, and his service journey didn't end there. Bill's service took him to the USS Kingsbury and from there to Hiroshima. Following World War II, Bill met and married his beloved Nancy in 1947, and they were happily married for 68 years. During this period, Bill was called back to the Navy to serve in the Korean War as a seaplane tender in Japan. After his Navy career, he worked for the Federal Home Loan Bank as a loan examiner. In recognizing Bill Schwartz today, we honor not only his personal journey, but also the indomitable spirit and sacrifice of countless veterans who have selflessly served our nation. Bill's story serves as an example of courage, resilience, dedication, and to the principles we all hold dear as Americans. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Sergeant Alec Langen, a graduate of Washougal High School in my district, one of the 5 Marines who was killed on February 6th in a helicopter crash in a training flight near San Diego. Sergeant Langen graduated from Washougal High School, where my son would attend high school, in 2018. He enlisted out of high school. Becoming a Marine was a lifelong dream of his, following in the footsteps of his father. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in October 2022 and was a crew chief for the CH-538E Super Stallion helicopter, just like his dad. Over his career, he earned several decorations, including Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medals, a Good Conduct Medal, and many, many others. Sergeant Langen's story serves as a reminder of the sacrifice our military members and their families face while they serve our nation. To his family and loved ones, both in Washougal and across the country, I will never understand how deeply you feel his loss every day. But I assure you that Sergeant Alec Langen's sacrifice and example for our country will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Senator Fidelis, the gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Cameron Sattler, a standout athlete from Clinton High School. This weekend, Cameron broke another school record in the 3,000-meter run with a time of 10 minutes, 20 seconds, 34 microseconds, showcasing her exceptional talent and dedication. Her coach, Tony Steen, praises her relentless work ethic and mental toughness, which has propelled her to success. But Cameron's achievements are not hers alone. They reflect the collective effort of the entire River Queen team, who secured the 2nd place overall at the Assumption Invitational. From sprinting to field events to relays, the Queens demonstrated their strength and versatility, inspiring us all with their potential for even greater success. Let us applaud Cameron. her teammates, and their coaches for their outstanding achievements and continue to support and celebrate the success of our young athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in celebration of Iowa City High School student Jackson Robertson's recent honorable mention for win for C-SPAN's 20th annual Student Cam competition. Every year, C-SPAN invites middle and high school schoolers to think critically about issues that affect their communities and the nation. This year's theme was looking forward while considering the past. Robertson's 6-minute documentary, Prescribing Change, America's Healthcare Crisis, skillfully examines the impact of underinsurance and lack of health coverage, highlighting healthcare accessibility, rural healthcare challenges, prescription costs, and chronic illness rates in the United States. Robertson's proposed solutions include prioritizing preventative care and reforming the fee-for-service model. As a doctor, rural healthcare issues are near and dear to my heart, which is why I asked my colleagues to join me in celebrating this incredible achievement and wishing Jackson Robertson future success as he continues to examine complex issues that affect Iowans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Gold Star Spouses Day, which was this past Friday, April 5th, 2024. In 2010, Congress designated April 5th as National Gold Star Spouses Day to pay tribute to the surviving husbands and wives of fallen service members. I wanted to recognize the Iowa family of Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Petty Officer First Class Joseph Adam McSween, who, along with his teammates, gave the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Iraqi Freedom in April 2007 when their vehicle was struck by an enemy rocket. Erin McSween is Adam's surviving Gold Star spouse and proud mother of 2 girls, Lily and Gwyneth. Erin is a native of Jasper County, Iowa, and Gwyneth is currently a student at the University of Iowa, while Lily attends the University of Western States. Erin volunteers with several nonprofits to advocate for Gold Star spouses and families. She is delighted to see Lily and Gwyneth take on that advocacy to raise awareness of the unique needs of Gold Star children. As a 24-year Army veteran, I will always fight for our service members, veterans, and their families. May God bless the family of Adam McSween. May God bless our service members and veterans. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the University of Iowa women's wrestling team, which finished the season strong at the 2024 National Collegiate Women's Wrestling Tournament with 6 collegiate champions and 12 All-Star Americans, as well as the team title for the most points. Despite only being inaugurated in 2021, Coach Chum and the entire athletics department have worked tirelessly to build up this program and make it among the most elite women's wrestling teams in the nation. Because of these incredible efforts, 6 champion Hawkeyes will be representing their school at the Olympic trials set to take place in Penn State University next week. And I visited with the family of one of those wrestling champions, Lily Huff, yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues today to join me in celebrating these incredible Hawkeyes and wish them well as they work to secure a spot at the Olympics this summer. As always and forever, go Hawkeyes. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
The most successful internet affordability program in our nation's history will soon run out of money unless Congress acts. 23 million families rely on an affordable connectivity program in our country. If Congress doesn't reauthorize this funding, the program will run out of money in a matter of weeks. This is deeply concerning for thousands of our residents who depend on this program for internet access. In Michigan's 12th district alone, this program has benefited 110,000 households, reducing broadband costs in the district by $52.1 million annually. Losing this access would jeopardize the well-being and opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for an estimated 64 million Americans, especially our seasoned residents. This is why it's so important, and I co-sponsored the Affordable Connectivity Program Extension Act and urged Speaker Johnson to bring this bill to the floor for a vote. Access to internet is a necessity for our communities, not a luxury. From education to employment, to scheduling healthcare appointments, to access to health services, everyone deserves affordable internet access. We cannot let this crucial resource expire and leave our residents disconnected. Mr. Speaker, disability rights are human rights. Everyone in our country and around the world, including people living with disabilities, deserve to lead a fulfilling life with dignity. I am committed to dismantling the barriers and injustices our neighbors with disabilities face to ensure our country is living up to our values of equity, and equal rights of all people. Our neighbors with disabilities cannot receive quality health care they need and deserve when medical facilities lack accessible equipment like examination tables, weight scales, dental chairs, and radiology devices. I can't even imagine. This is why I joined my sister in service, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, in urging the Justice Department to address this issue and help disability community access equitable health care. I am so grateful for her leadership and partnerships. Please know that studies have shown that women with disabilities have a higher risk of dying from breast cancer and cervical cancer, but are less likely than able-bodied women to receive mammograms and other tests to diagnose those conditions because of the lack of access to equipment. So we must address this injustice with the urgency it deserves. Today, Mr. Speaker, is Eid al-Fitr, an end to the holy month of Ramadan. Eid Mubarak to all my fellow Muslims in Michigan's 12th Congressional District, across the country and the world. May Allah accept our fasts and deeds of the past month and forgive us for our shortcomings. To my colleague, this Eid is not the same for the Muslim communities that you represent. Gaza is on their minds and hearts today as they witness the starvation and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians continue. The images of children in Gaza celebrating Eid on top of rubble of their homes, the schools, and masjids that no longer stand brings them to tears. I urge you to please listen to them. Listen to the fellow Americans of Muslim faith when they urge you to not just pray, but also demand a permanent ceasefire. Saving lives should not be controversial. Mr. Speaker, no one can disagree that we are facing a housing crisis in our country. Today, the average renter now pays over 30% of their income towards rent. And 78% of Americans are living paycheck by paycheck. In Metro Detroit alone, there are 3 extremely low-income renter households for each unit that is both affordable and available. Our investment in public housing have long been insufficient. The Detroit Housing Commission needs hundreds of millions of dollars in capital improvements, but they only have $12 million annually to spend. I introduced the Public Housing for the 21st Century Act to ensure that public housing developers have access to the latest best practices using local policy tools and financing. When it comes to homeownership, after 2008 financial crisis, Michigan experienced the largest decrease in black homeownership compared to any other state in the country. The black homeownership rates in Wayne and Oakland counties in my district dropped more than 10 percentage points. This is a crisis that must be addressed. This is Fair Housing Month. I'm urging my colleagues to please support the largest investment in funding for HUD's affordable housing and homelessness program for the next fiscal year.
Yields back. For what purpose? The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in celebration of the 100th anniversary of Page Memorial Hospital. For the last century, Page Memorial Hospital has dedicated their resources to serving residents of Page County and beyond. This year, Page Memorial was named a Top 100 Critical Access Hospital by the Chartist Center for Rural Health. As a critical access hospital, they provide a wide range of services that are vital to maintaining good health and inspiring overall wellness across Virginia's 6th District. In 2014, the hospital moved into a new 67,000 square foot replacement facility, which features private inpatient rooms, an expanded emergency department, and greatly enhanced transitional care program for patients who require additional nursing and rehabilitation care after being discharged from the hospital. The hospital also has a state-of-the-art outpatient rehab center, which brings all of the physical, occupational, and speech therapy services together to provide patients with better coordination of care while increasing patient safety. I'm so grateful to have them serving Page County and all the folks across Virginia's 6th District. Thank you, Page Memorial Hospital, for 100 years of care, and I wish them the best and most successful 100 more to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Salem High School forensics team for making history by winning its 18th consecutive state championship. The team dominated the Class 4 field with a 40-17 win over the runner-up. These champions include senior Cade Lakin, who led the team with his third straight Serious Duo Championship this year with sophomore Bella Porch. Along with Porch, Salem had several first-time state champions, including LeBron Parcell in extemporaneous speaking, Claire Rawlins in impromptu speaking, Noah Lovern in storytelling, Charlie Bain in humorous, and 8th grader Tara Farakpour in prose. Since 2004, Salem has won 99 individual event championships in forensics. Coach Mark Ingerson has done an incredible job of driving home the importance of teamwork amongst the students, and his leadership has bolstered the team's success. Congratulations to the participants, parents, coaches, and staff for this incredible win and making this milestone possible. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to recognize the remarkable students of the Kate Collins Middle School and Waynesboro High School Beta Clubs for their outstanding achievements and winning first place at the Virginia Beta Convention in Hampton. The young Virginians from Kate Collins Middle School showcased their exceptional talent and skills, with Preston Stacy winning first place in accessory design and Emma Loyanko securing second place in on-site art drawing. The team of Parker Newton, Archer Kraft, Asher Shepard, and Sophia Williams earned second place in musicology. I also want to celebrate the Waynesboro High School's Beta Club, returning triumphantly to the state convention for the first time since 2019. The Quiz Bowl team, made up of Jacob Hostetter, Tack Shepard, Josh Short, and Colton Redifer, showed unparalleled academic prowess, earning first place and being crowned state champions. I wish them the best of luck as they advance to the National Beta Club Convention in Savannah, Georgia. Please join me in congratulating these remarkable students and their advisors for their exceptional achievements. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Glenvar High School men's swimming and diving team from Virginia's 6th Congressional District for their remarkable win at the Virginia High School League Class II Championship. Their victory, by a significant margin of 238 points, underscores their hard work, dedication, and team unity. These champions include Avery Thompson, Ashton Meadows, Landon Cairns, and Keys Van Gerven, and Connor Wilkes, who also won 4 individual state titles. The victory is a testament to the support of coaches, parents, and the community, reflecting the values of perseverance and teamwork we hold dear. Congratulations to the Glenvar men's swimming and diving team on their championship win, an inspiring achievement for athletes and all constituents across Virginia's 6th District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a matter of grave constitutional importance. The Senate holds the solemn duty to conduct the impeachment trial of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors, a charge the House has clearly laid out. Our decision to impeach Secretary has meticulously uncovered the depths of the border crisis. The findings are unequivocal. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully disregarded the laws of the United States, betraying the trust of the American people and the very Constitution he swore to uphold. He has not only refused to comply with the law, but has also made a mockery of our separation of powers, attacking the very foundation of our constitutional order. As the House managers deliver the articles in the next few weeks, I remain hopeful that the Senate will take up this matter with the seriousness it deserves for the sake of our Constitution, our security, and our American principles. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud that the United States was the first country to recognize the newly declared State of Israel nearly 76 years ago, merely 11 minutes after its creation. I'm also proud that within 11 days of Hamas's barbaric attack on Israel that started this current war, President Joe Biden landed in Tel Aviv, sent 2 carrier strike groups, and became the first U.S. president to ever visit Israel during a time of war. On October 7th at approximately 6:30 a.m., Hamas launched thousands of rockets at cities across Israel, sending millions of Israelis into bomb shelters and safe rooms while providing cover for a swarming army of Hamas terrorists who invaded the country and launched a genocidal attack, brutally murdering more than 1,200 people, wounding more than 3,000 others, and taking more than 250 hostage into Gaza. In the 6 months since Hamas started this war, Israel has been fighting for its existence on many fronts, facing attacks and threats from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and Iran. And it's more than just the mortars, rockets, missiles, and drones threatening Israel. Israel's enemies have 2 key strategies in their campaign to destroy and delegitimize the Jewish state. 1, distort the truth with canards and libelous accusations against Israel and the Jewish people. And 2, isolate Israel in global forums and in the world of public opinion. South Africa is perversely accusing Israel of genocide in the International Criminal Court of Justice. Of course, when you lift the veil of this grotesque distortion of the truth, you see that Iran is also behind South Africa's actions, just like Iran finances and fuels Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Meanwhile, in cities around the world, as well as here in the United States, anti-Israel protests are replete with calls for the elimination of the Jewish state, most clearly manifest in the chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And look no further than the rally just last Friday in Dearborn, Michigan, where the crowd chanted not only death to Israel, but death to America. I am grateful for the leadership and moral clarity of the Biden administration, as well as the mayor of Dearborn, when they roundly condemned this hateful rhetoric. Israel's enemies, from Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, to groups here in the United States like SJP, AMP, and JVP, are doing everything they can to demonize, delegitimize, and ultimately destroy the only Jewish state on earth. But let's be clear. The war Hamas started on October 7th is not just a war against Israel. Iran's vision is not just the destruction of Israel, but the conquest of the entire Muslim world and the defeat of the West. The Houthis are not launching rockets at just Israeli ships in the Red Sea. They are targeting global commerce in general. In this war, Israel's allies must do everything we can to fight the lies and ensure Israel and the Israeli people know that they are not alone. This is why I traveled to Israel with Jewish lay leaders from Chicago in February, and last month traveled with several of my colleagues from here in Congress. And this is why I oppose the Republican resolution we are considering this week. For the text of this resolution plays loose with the truth, and the intent is not to help Israel, but to win political points and further weaken the bipartisan support Israel has long enjoyed in this body. Don't take my word for it. This is how Axios described the resolution. Quote, "It is the latest in a series of Israel-related wedge votes House Republicans have held since Hamas's October 7th attack." End quote. If my Republican colleagues want to help our ally and protect our national security, we shouldn't be debating this partisan resolution. Instead, we should be voting on the essential funding bill to help Israel fight its war against our common enemies, as well as ensuring Ukraine defeats Russia and Taiwan remains secure. The Senate passed this bill 2 months ago. The House should have passed it in February as well. It is as shameful as it is dangerous that we have still not voted on this desperately needed assistance yet today. Mr. Speaker, Iran understands that diminishing the bipartisan support for Israel in Congress only hurts our ally and advances our enemy's agenda. Why are Republicans so willing to play into the hands of Iran and Israel's other enemies? The U.S.-Israel relationship is being tested. Congress is being tested. It is up to us here today to pass this test. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution and instead vote for the essential funding bill coming over from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an American hero and Orange County citizen, Dick Higgins. Born in Magnum, Oklahoma, Dick served his nation for 20 years in the Navy before settling in Orange County. Dick was stationed on Ford Island as a radio man during the Pearl Harbor attack, and his efforts that they helped sailors and Marines get to land and out of the burning water. He loves ones remember him for his humility and his love of country. At 102, Dick was the last living member of the Orange County's Pearl Harbor Survivors Association. On behalf of Orange County residents, I am honored to recognize Dick Higgins' service and sacrifice on the floor of the House of Representatives. May we always cherish and honor his memory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate a very solemn occasion that has great significance for my constituents. I am proud to represent Orange County's Little Saigon, the largest population of Vietnamese anywhere outside Vietnam itself. Each year, the community observes Black April, a time to reflect upon the tragic fall of Saigon, remember the lives lost to communism, and recommit ourselves to the struggle for freedom. As co-chairs of the Congressional Vietnam Caucus, I am proud to join Congressman Lou Correa to introduce a resolution commemorating Black April and honoring the lives lost. I am also introducing a resolution to ensure that those who fought for freedom in Vietnam are always remembered by proposing a bill to rename the U.S. Post Office in Westminster, where a large portion of my Vietnamese constituents reside, as the Vietnam War Veterans Memorial Post Office. With these two actions, Congress will stand in solidarity with the Vietnamese community, showcase our resolve against communism and tyranny, and reaffirm our commitment to freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, April 15 is tax day, and this year American taxpayers are getting one of the worst deals they've ever gotten, despite its promises not to increase taxes on those making less than $400,000 a year. The Biden administration has undertaken an outright assault on taxpayers. The $400,000 pledge is detached from reality at best, with reports showing that 63% of new audits have been on those earning less than $200,000 a year. This shouldn't surprise us. After all, the administration rammed through its $80 billion plan to hire 87,000 new IRS agents to target American taxpayers with a flood of new audits. They also unveiled plans to jack up burdensome and confusing reporting requirements for people using digital payments platforms like Venmo. They've repeatedly delayed this plan, and I have legislation, the Snoop Act, to stop it permanently. Mr. Speaker, as a lifelong tax fighter, I came to Congress to ensure low taxes and responsible government that works for Americans. I urge the administration to join me in that work and end its war on American taxpayers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today in Louisville, Kentucky, it was a crisp, bright Monday morning. The Easter sun had silently set the night before on blooming dogwoods and azaleas, and a new day had sounded in, with only the squeaking of school bus brakes interrupting the birds chirping to signal the changing of the seasons. The perfect spring awakening to welcome families back to school from spring break while ushering the rest of us into work with a sense of rebirth and renewal. Louisville is lucky to be blessed with such scenes of beauty on an annual basis. The sounds, sights, and smells are familiar and wonderful. Instinctively, we know that antihistamines are coming out of our bathroom cabinets and Derby is right around the corner. Spring is when Kentucky's natural beauty, pageantry, and homegrown hospitality are on display for the world to see. This is why it was so shocking. You never think it's going to happen in your community, that no one could do this. But this is why we truly did not think it was possible. Not in Louisville, not now. But on April 10th, 2023, a lone gunman with an assault rifle walked into the Old National Bank on Main Street in Louisville, Kentucky, and opened fire on his colleagues. Spring's ritual beauty was shattered by the unfamiliar booms of an AR-15, the acrid smell of smoke, sirens, and screams. 5 people were killed: Josh Barrick, Dina Eckert, Jim Tutt, Juliana Farmer, and my friend, Tommy Elliott. These 5 innocent lives were taken from us far too soon. Josh was a loving husband and young father. Juliana Farmer was expecting another grandchild. Dina Eckert was known for her generosity and her compassion. Jim Tutt was a community leader. And Tommy Elliott, who was a longtime friend of ours, loved life, people, jokes, and stories. All will be missed. 8 others were wounded in the shooting, including LMPD officer Nick Wilt, who took an AR-15 round to the head as he selflessly ran toward the gunman and saved lives. Miraculously, he survived. And on the same day, just blocks away at Jefferson Community and Technical College, Shavon Moore lost his life at 24 years old. And another woman who was caught in the crossfire in between classes miraculously survived. Our thoughts are with them, their family, and their loved ones as well. It's been 1 year since we lost Tommy, Josh, Juliana, Jim, Dina, and Shavon. They've been missed at milestones such as birthdays, graduations, and holidays, and every moment in between. But we will never forget them. Their memories live on in all of us who remember and love them. And as we honor those we lost, our community remains so grateful to every first responder who arrived on the scene that morning and leaped into action. They saved lives. To the Louisville Metro Police Department, the Louisville Fire Department, the FBI, EMS, and the U of L Hospital Trauma Team, thank you. Thank you for your incredible service to our community on April 10th, 2023, every day before and every day since. I stand here today not just as a member of Congress, but as a lifelong Louisvillian whose community joined the long list of cities touched by senseless, preventable gun violence. But it's not just mass shootings that rock communities. Everyday gun violence in Louisville and across our country has taken far too many lives too soon. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death in children. Children. There is so much more we can and must do, like combating the root causes of crime and expanding mental health services, as well as pushing common sense gun reforms, like universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, and banning assault weapons. Last year, days after the Old National Bank shooting, I stood on the steps of the Capitol with other members of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and asked the majority to bring gun safety legislation to the floor. I'm here today asking again for my colleagues across the aisle to work with us, like they have before, to make our communities safer.
Gentlemen,
Reflecting
time
on
has
what
expired.
this day means to me and our community, I'm reminded of how strong Louisvillians are. Friends, neighbors, and loved ones
gentleman's
came
time
together
has
to
expired.
support one another through an unimaginably tough time. It's been 1 year since our
Gentleman's
community
time has
experienced
expired.
a mass shooting.
The gentleman
at
is
Old
no longer
National Bank.
recognized. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise to ask the question, how many more Americans must die before President Joe Biden reverses the 60-plus policies that he put in place that led to our border being wide open? We know that under Sections 1182 and 1225 of Title VIII of immigration law, the President has the authority to secure the border and uses discretion to implement policies. Sadly, the President has used his discretion instead to completely dismantle our southern border, allowing for dangerous gang members, criminals, smugglers, and illegal immigrants to enter. Right now, the President can end catch and release. He can reinstate remain in Mexico. He can make changes to asylum and parole. He can expedite removal of individuals. He can shut down the border altogether, and he can cut off funding to nonprofit organizations, non-government partners who are basically allowing people to travel all around our country. Again, sadly, President Biden used these authorities instead to dismantle the policies of President Trump. As a result, we've seen so many Americans being killed. They've come over our border, illegal immigrants, and I'll read you some of the headlines. And this is just from this year alone. Illegal immigrant from El Salvador charged with murder and shootout that killed 2-year-old boy, injured teen mom. Venezuelan illegal immigrant charged with sexual assault against 14-year-old in Virginia. ICE confirms that a Georgia student murder suspect entered U.S. illegally and was previously arrested in New York City. 5-time deported illegal alien accused of killing 10-year-old boy walking home from school. Honduran illegal migrant arrested for rape of girl, 14. Stabbing man during knife point robbery. Illegal migrant charged in Michigan woman's killing was deported under Trump but snuck back in, according to ICE. Illegal immigrant deported 8 times with 11 arrests, now charged with murder in Ohio. These are just some of the victims of President Biden's open border policy. If we go into last year, we can talk more about an illegal immigrant who had an outstanding warrant for attempted strangulation, approached a car and shot a woman 7 times because she wouldn't hang up the phone when he asked her to. An illegal immigrant was charged with sadistically murdering a 16-year-old Texas high school, stabbing her to death and dumping her body in the bathtub, and her body was discovered by her mother. An illegal alien released by the Biden administration was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl, strangling her to death after knocking on the door of her home. An illegal who entered our country under the Biden administration was charged with driving a minivan into a school bus full of children, flipping the bus and killing an 11-year-old boy. An illegal alien repeatedly stabbed and mutilated individuals and then dumped them in a field in Daytona Beach, Florida. And an illegal immigrant was arrested for murdering a 57-year-old, a mother of 3, and a grandmother of 4 in Texas. This is a 5-minute speech. I'm only allowed 5 minutes, or else I can go on and on and on. So again, I will ask, how many more murders of Americans, whether it be by stabbings, drunk driving, shootings, or fentanyl, will it take before the president reverses his dangerous policies at our southern border? Or the Senate takes up our legislation, H.R. 2, the Border Security Act, which would require him to take action at the border. Giving the president a little more discretion, as the Senate has suggested, is not going to resolve the issue because the president is not using the discretion he currently has. We need to require him to take these actions to reinstate the policies of the previous administration that were working, common sense policies, and stop this president from giving parole to individuals who are dangerous gang members, who are wreaking havoc in cities like mine in New York. I yield back. Thank you very much.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kahana, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the doomsday clock is set at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest it's ever been. We should heed its warning. We are inching dangerously close to nuclear war and must do everything we can to reduce the risk of nuclear catastrophe. Russia has threatened to use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Iran is closer to developing the nuclear bomb, and North Korea is increasing its nuclear arsenal. The risks of miscalculation and rapid escalation are exacerbating these threats. The nuclear arms race needs to stop. We can and must turn back the doomsday clock. We need to work with Russia and China to collectively reduce our stockpiles, increase transparency, reduce the risk of miscalculation, and avoid a dangerous arms race. Nuclear negotiation has always been part of the United States' history, and we must do that again. First, let's revive a version of the anti-ballistic missile treaty that Richard Nixon negotiated to cap the arms race by limiting homeland missile defenses. This will reduce pressure on the United States, on China, and Russia to build more nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, President George W. Bush withdrew from the treaty in 2002. We need to negotiate to re-enter. Second, we must re-enter the Open Skies Treaty that was first proposed under Dwight Eisenhower and signed by President Bush Sr. Open Skies authorizes treaty parties, including the United States, to conduct unarmed flights that provide opportunities to monitor others' nuclear capabilities. Donald Trump withdrew from this treaty that Republican presidents had negotiated in 2020. We need to get back in. Third, we should restore the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty and expand it to include China. This was Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev's achievement, and yet Donald Trump withdrew from this treaty in 2019. We need to get back in. Fourth, we need to resume implementation of the New START Treaty negotiated under President Barack Obama to limit the number of deployed strategic nuclear warheads. Putin suspended New START in 2023, ripping up the last remaining nuclear treaty with the United States. He did this because of our support of Ukraine. We need to pass funding for Ukraine to defend its sovereignty, end the war justly, and renegotiate New START with Russia and China. And lastly, we must negotiate with Russia to agree that both of our countries will adopt a no first-use policy. We'd be joining China and India, who already have this posture, unlike Russia and the United States, adopting a no first-use policy only if Russia agrees as well would clarify that our nuclear weapons are for deterrence and avoid unintentionally escalating a crisis. Maintaining the nuclear triad as deterrent should not bankrupt us. We must cut the costs of modernization that are excessive and that are going to defense contractor lobbyists. The Air Force's new Sentinel ICBM program is already 37% over budget, costing taxpayers $132 billion. That's money that could be going to feed our kids in school, to be helping pay for college or vocational education, or to be paying for child care. I call on my colleagues in Washington to help avoid a global catastrophe and a nuclear arms race, to look to previous presidents like Eisenhower, Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Clinton, and negotiate as statesmen to reduce the risk of nuclear war. We must stop this arms race. We must take our weapons off hair trigger alert. We must spend our tax dollars here at home where Americans most need it. And we must ensure diplomacy prevails, not nuclear war. As President Reagan and Gorbachev said, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize and commend the exemplary bravery and selfless intervention of Colonel Trevor Huff. On Thursday, June 1st, 2023, in Black Mountain, North Carolina, a pursuit unfolded involving a suspect for a series of bank robberies. The situation then escalated as the suspect crashed on Interstate 240 after driving on the wrong side of the road, ending a high-speed pursuit. The immediate and fearless actions of Colonel Huff began after the crash when the suspect attempted to hijack an elderly woman's vehicle on the interstate, and she was stopped by the traffic. Colonel Trevor Huff, a dedicated United States Army veteran with an impressive nearly 30-year service record, he stepped in. Without hesitation, Mr. Huff ran toward the unfolding danger to intervene and protect the innocent victim of the carjacking. As the suspect attempted to steal the car, Mr. Huff managed to pull the suspect from the vehicle while two other veterans put the victim's car in park intended to the victim herself. With incredible bravery, Mr. Huff overpowered and immobilized the suspect on the ground. Together with the two other veterans, they restrained the suspect until law enforcement arrived. Mr. Huff's military training proved invaluable in this critical moment. His quick thinking and decisive actions not only prevented a potential tragedy, but also ensured the safety of others while on the interstate. Mr. Huff's heroism did not end there. He remained vigilant, he assessed the situation, and displayed remarkable composure in the face of potential danger to himself. In recounting the incident, Mr. Huff shared that he noticed the suspect reaching behind his back, suggesting he may have had a weapon. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mr. Huff acted with unwavering resolve, maintaining control until law enforcement could take over. It is with great admiration and gratitude that we acknowledge the exemplary bravery of Mr. Trevor Huff. His selfless actions exemplify the highest ideals of duty, of honor, and of service to others. This nation is indebted to individuals like Mr. Huff, whose commitment to the well-being of his fellow citizens reflect the strength and the character that make America great. I extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Huff and all those who stand ready to act in the face of danger, embodying the spirit of service that defines the American people. May this congressional recognition serve as a testament to the courage and the selflessness exhibited by Mr. Trevor Huff. We thank you for your service. We pray that your continued health and commitment to this country will endure as it definitely will. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Back. Chair recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate Reverend Dr. Donald Ribeiro from Ormonsville, North Carolina, on his well-earned retirement. Reverend Ribeiro and his wife, Karen, has fiercely led as pastor of Ormonsville Original Free Will Baptist Church. Dr. Ribeiro has kept his promise to God to give back to the community for more than 40 years, and I know he will continue to serve even in his retirement. Dr. Ribeiro, for every call you've taken, for every person you've counseled, just trying to help them get through the difficult times in life, for every person you've reached out to bring them closer to God, we're grateful. Your dedication to saving lives, both physically and spiritually, has touched many families in Eastern North Carolina and around the world. Indeed, Dr. Ribeiro, life is about relationships. And your most important relationship, as you remind us, is with the Lord. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Dr. Jack Bagwell, who was named North Carolina Community College's President of the Year. Over his past 5 years as president of the College of Albemarle, Dr. Bagwell has prioritized fostering deep connections and community among students and faculty alike. Dr. Bagwell received this award for his exceptional leadership qualities, steadfast commitment to the community college mission, and achievements in furthering higher education within North Carolina. Dr. Bagwell, we are extremely proud of all your accomplishments. I couldn't be more thrilled, and it's fantastic to see others across the state are taking notice. Congratulations to you, and you're making Eastern North Carolina extremely proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize North Carolina Player of the Year, Zam Jones, who is living proof that you can never underestimate the power of Eastern North Carolina. Jones is one of the only 4 North Carolina players to make the ESPN Top 60 and is ranked number 17 in the country. 5-star guard Zam Jones will play college basketball in the ACC at North Carolina State University. Jones led North Pitt High School to victory in the 2024 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 2A Women's Basketball Championship. Recently, she helped the East clinch a tight victory over the West in the McDonald's All-American Game. Zam, you are a shining example of excellence in the East. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in the D.C. newsroom for National Public Radio, which is the central hub for NPR's coverage of politics and news, it just came out that they have amongst their staff 87 registered Democrats in their editorial positions and 0 Republicans. 87-0. Now, Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak was amazing at 56 games in a row. Pete Rose in the 70s at 44 games in a row. 87-0. Now, I suppose, should it matter what the political makeup of people are in these positions? You know, not really, I guess, in a real sense. We're not talking reality in Washington, D.C., are we? We're not talking about a non-biased media that covers this place, that covers what politicians do, and the slant that people are going to hear it when they're out there in their cars, their homes, or wherever, picking this up in the various forms of media. So what do we know about NPR? It receives funding from the taxpayer and tries at the same time to be claiming to be objective. It receives it via the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which the CPB, receives about $525 million of taxpayer dollars. About 50% of their funding. The other half comes from corporate donations, the same corporations that Democrats love to say evil things about, but oftentimes these days are doing bad things. So it's pretty hard to figure out where they're coming from. But what we've seen in recent years in reporting is a strong bias against Republicans and conservatives coming out of NPR, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, when they cover the political front here. The bias against anything that's not a far-left view is clear. In fact, the bias of NPR is so clear that even a left-leaning editor in their organization, is where this came out, is raising alarm about the clear and consistent bias. This person is very concerned about it and is now being dismissed. NPR has already issued many statements and articles dismissing the critique, including this morning, without any admission by NPR or acknowledgement of any wrongdoing or bias, and certainly they have no intent to reform or even reflect upon what this looks like and sounds like. Let us remember that NPR embraced the Russiagate conspiracy theory without question, and they dismissed the Hunter Biden laptop story without proper scrutiny. All these things have been proven otherwise, haven't they? They also have NPR actively working to dismiss and attack information about the true origins of the COVID-19 virus, as well as the early treatments could have probably saved and helped many lives when they dismissed ivermectin and other forms, instead calling it horse paste, when as recently as 2015 it won a Nobel Prize for the amazing work they did with ivermectin. In the last decade, NPR's own audience has shrunk and become more intensely left-wing, gradually pushing out conservative listeners with nonstop ideological programming, bias in reporting, and injecting far-left ideas into previously non-political programs. So it's not just that quirky little radio station you hear in a musty bookstore or at a used record store or something like that. It's taken a really hard twist to the left. They claim to be neutral on a public platform to consider all things and consider all perspectives, but unfortunately it isn't that way anymore. They're desperately burning up their own credibility to try and keep up with the demands of the far left in its ranks that continue to shift farther and farther left. That's what this person on their organization came out and said. For 25 years, they have lost the American people with this shift. Pretty sad. So perhaps instead of calling it National Public Radio, it should be called National Progressive Radio, the term Democrats on the far left use for themselves. Though I've never really seen where the word progress fits in with some of the programs and ideals coming from the so-called progressives. NPR being funded by taxpayer dollars is a serious betrayal of the public trust. The American taxpayer should no longer be subsidizing this propaganda, which fails to even pretend to be unbiased anymore, and is appealing to a smaller and smaller group of people, unfortunately. Too bad, because the idealism of it years ago it was created looked a heck of a lot different and was indeed something everybody could find enjoyment in. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of mercy and compassion, of grace and reconciliation, only you can speak into the crisis that has descended upon the Middle East. Only your peace can cure the warring madness that has erupted in this land so many call holy. Let the hatred that has severed the region, intensifying the profound animosity between Israel and Palestine, and in turn swallowing up the cities of Gaza and Tel Aviv, Ramallah and Ashkelon, to name but a few, be supplanted by acts of mercy and overcome by deeds of justice. Touch the hearts of each offender, that all would be purified of their thirst for vengeance. Speak into the souls of all aggressors, that they would renounce their prejudice. Abide with the countless victims of violent attacks, with the innocents held hostage in the crossfire of escalating hostilities. Grant comfort and sanctuary to those who have fled their homes in fear. Receive the refugees into the safety of your welcoming embrace. Make way in the desert, that the hungry would receive food. Let all Christians, Muslims, and Jews put away anger, wrath, malice, and slander. May each find a renewed spirit of forgiveness and understanding in the knowledge that all bear the image of you, our Creator. For the sake of your kingdom, may each of us, politician and patriot, voter or victim, be agents of your purpose, that your peace and justice would once again rule this land. In the redemption of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 robotics teams from North Clarion High School located in Clarion County. The Western Pennsylvania Robotics Championships took place in March at the Penn West Clarion University. During this competition, 2 teams, the Ineffable Inventors and the Ambiguous Case, finished in 1st and 2nd place, respectively. The Ineffable Inventors, who were the champions of the event, also earned the Amaze Award, which is given to the most consistent, high-performing, and competitive robot. The Ambiguous Case, finishing in 2nd place, received the Excellence Award, which is given to overall excellence in robotic performance. Both of these teams will be advancing to the World Championships, which will be held at the end of April in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Speaker, I enjoy seeing our youth engaging in these competitions to develop important computer skills, science skills, and that would help them in their future endeavors. Best of luck as both teams advance to the Worlds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Rhea Hideh as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Rhea is an extraordinary student from the Western Reserve Academy in Hudson who has taken it upon herself to break down barriers and pave the way for the next generation of female coders. She recently founded Python Pals, which strives to teach young girls and women about the computer coding program Python. This group not only teaches invaluable coding skills, but will also instill confidence and courage in her peers to pursue a career in coding. As a member of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we often talk about the missing million, the 1 million STEM workers from diverse gender, racial, and geographic backgrounds that we need to fill our nation's open jobs in the STEM fields. Programs like Rhea's are critical to filling the missing million by creating safe, supportive spaces for girls to learn how to code so they have the skills they need to pursue careers in STEM, and showing how Ohio's 13th Congressional District is leading the way. Raya's initiative shows strength and courage by challenging stereotypes and opening doors for girls who may have once felt excluded from a career path once dominated by men. I want to thank Raya for using her voice to uplift and encourage women and girls in Ohio's 13th District to pursue their interest in STEM. She is proof that age is no barrier in making a significant impact on the world around us. Congratulations on being named Ohio's 13th District Champion of the Week, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a dangerous event yesterday in Michigan, anti-Israel activists shouted "Death to America" and "Death to Israel," repeating the Iranian regime chants. This event was in recognition of Al-Quds Day to advocate for the mass murder of the people of Israel. It reinforced the 6 months ago Iranian puppet Hamas invaded Israel, murdering over 1,200 Israeli civilians. Incredibly, in America, a rally speaker hatefully spouted, quote, "So when these fools ask if Israel has a right to exist, the chant 'Death to Israel' has become the most logical chant," end of quote. When attacks come to America to disrupt elections, voting on Election Day must be in person, while including military ballots that are mailed in. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new laws for the border. We need to enforce the existing laws. Biden shamefully has opened the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address those for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the North High School boys basketball team for the remarkable accomplishment of winning back-to-back Massachusetts Division I state championships. I want to recognize Principal Sam Fanfan, Coach Petway, and all the players on their historic run. Last year, they were the first public school team from my home city of Worcester to win a D1 state championship. North High forward Carl Hens Belliard graduated that year and went on to Salem State University to continue his academic athletic career. Tragically, Carl Hens lost his life to senseless gun violence last fall. It was heartbreaking for the North High community and the entire city of Worcester. The team dedicated this season to Carl Hens and emerged more determined than ever. On March 17th, the Polar Bears went to the state championship and won their 45th straight game to cap off a perfect 24-0 season. Mr. Speaker, the talent, work ethic, and resilience of this team has made all of Worcester proud. I yield back.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
As the IRS's tax filing deadline quickly approaches, safeguarding the rights of taxpayers across our nation is top of mind for me and for all Americans. I rise today to advocate for H.R. 6332, the Strengthen Taxpayer Rights Act of 2023. At the heart of this bill, it is simple, yet powerful principle. Taxpayers have a right to a fair and impartial appeals process. H.R. 6332 restores accountability and fairness to the appeals process by ensuring that taxpayers have a say in who does and who does not get to participate in their own appeals conference before the IRS's Independent Office of Appeals. In passing the Strengthen Taxpayer Rights Act, we should send a clear message. The rights of taxpayers are non-negotiable. I urge my colleagues to stand with me and recommit to fairness, justice, and the fundamental rights of every taxpayer. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? Why rise? I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun there.
Mr. Speaker.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the fires last August struck the island of Maui, one of the first people to approach me in this chamber was my colleague and now friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Few districts have experienced the tragedy of wildfires like California's first. And prior to the Maui fires, the Camp Fire held the record as the deadliest American wildfire of the last century. This past recess, I participated in a bipartisan exchange with Congressman LaMalfa. I went to the town of Paradise. I learned of the challenges and opportunities in recovery. I saw schools and homes that had burnt, rebuilt, and I left feeling hopeful. Congressman LaMalfa also joined me in Lahaina, attending the dedication of the new temporary school, even breaking in the new basketball court, playing ball with our governor. I must add, neither of them will be quitting their day jobs. He walked with us through Lahaina, met with our community, and answered their many, many questions. There is a definite comfort knowing that while the road ahead for our communities is long, we aren't on it alone. I'm honored to have a trusted partner and friend in Congressman LaMalfa, and I look forward to the work we will do together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what reason does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Andy Giancarlo, who is retiring from government service, having served our country for 25 years. When Angie told me about her retirement, I told her I would support her, especially if she chose to reconsider. Alas, she's retiring, so I would like to take this opportunity to honor her 13 years spent on the House Appropriations Committee. It's hard to put our appreciation into words, but as appropriators, we are at our best when we express it in numbers. As professional staff and clerk, Angie helped usher 12 energy and water bills through successful passage of the House and 14 bills through final enactment. Conservatively, that means she also had to directly consider over 600 amendments to get there. I will spare everyone on the accounting on all these talking points that it entails, but rest assured, Angie had correct comma placement in every single one of them. The countless hours Angie dedicated to the committee made this place a better place, and we greatly appreciate it. I feel very lucky, too, that we've been able to work on this bill with Angie as clerk, and I'm proud of her accomplishments. I speak for myself, the committee, and the United States Congress when I express my utmost appreciation for her dedicated service over the years. I yield back.
For what reason does the gentleman from California rise?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
A long saying, huh? Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the birthday of a fearless trailblazer and a symbol of hope, Dolores Huerta. At 94 years old, she is still fighting the fight for economic justice, social justice, and justice for all workers. Yes, at 94. Just last week, we were together reaffirming our commitment to workers' rights during a Cesar Chavez celebration. As the founder of the United Farm Worker, she mobilized communities to fight for the rights of workers everywhere. Dolores understood that to create a movement, you need to empower the next generation of leaders so your work extends far beyond your lifetime. And with every organizer she trained, she helped create a ripple of change that organized and transformed communities decades after she uttered those famous words, "Si se puede," a movement that still continues to this day. Happy birthday, Dolores, and I yield back.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Florida rise? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I address a fundamental principle of justice, the punishment of those who commit the most egregious crimes against the innocence of our children. It is a matter that strikes at the very core of our values and demands our unwavering attention and action. There will be those who argue that the death penalty is unconstitutional, but let me be unequivocal. When it comes to protecting our children from the horrors of child rape, the death penalty is not only constitutional, but is morally imperative. Our Constitution stands as a beacon of freedom and justice, crafted to safeguard the rights and liberties of every American. Yet what greater violation of those rights could there be than the brutal and unforgivable abuse of our most vulnerable, our children? The federal minimum from child rape must be upgraded to the death penalty and a minimum of life behind bars. For it's not merely a matter of punishment, but of deterrence and justice. We must send a resounding message to those who would prey upon our children. Such heinous crimes will not be tolerated in our society, and those who commit them will be faced with death. Thank you.
For what reason does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hamas killed over 1,200 innocent Israeli people, including women, children, the elderly, and took over 240 hostages. Israel is one of our nation's greatest allies. The intelligence we receive from them helps us combat terrorism every day. President Biden's demand that they surrender or cease to pursue Hamas in response is a slap in the face to victims. It's sickening to see our president support a terrorist organization that circulated videos of themselves murdering innocent children over an ally that has helped protect our homeland for decades. Hamas is working towards the genocidal eradication of the only successful democracy in the Middle East. Now more than ever, we must stand with Israel and fight anti-Semitism. I support HRES 1117 to oppose the one-sided pressure on Israel, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1125 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 69, House Resolution 1125. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7888 to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 529 to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee reported out a rule for 4 pieces of legislation. H.R. 7888, Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. This legislation authorizes Title VII, reauthorizes Title VII, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act for 5 years from the date of enactment. This bill is far from perfect, but we're going to have a lot of debate on that bill in just a moment in the rule and in 2 hours later, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. There are 3 other pieces of legislation. First, H.R. 529, Extending Limits of U.S. Customs Waters Act. This bipartisan legislation enhances Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations mission by extending Customs law enforcement authority from 12 to 24 nautical miles of the United States coast. This will help CBP combat unlawful activity in coastal waters at a time when we have significant problems with respect to our borders. H.Res. 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. This resolution denounces President Biden's open border policies, calls on the administration to immediately put in place policies that will end the crisis at our southern border. This is an important message. It's an important statement, but I hope this Congress will speak with one voice against an administration that refuses to enforce the law. This resolution is one statement along those lines. H.Res. 1117, opposing efforts to place one-side pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. This resolution affirms that Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, has the right to defend itself against Hamas and makes clear that the House of Representatives opposes efforts to place one-sided pressures on Israel to implement an immediate ceasefire. This resolution is necessary because this administration, regrettably, embarrassingly, this administration took a seat, sat down, abstained in the face of the horrors that we saw unfold on October 7th to our friend Israel. By sitting down when the United Nations Security Council called for a ceasefire and pushing on Israel to walk away from its efforts to combat what Hamas has been doing to the people of Israel. We should speak with clarity as the Congress of the United States that we stand in solidarity with the people of Israel, and this resolution is one way in which we can do that. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Rory, for the customary 30 minutes, and I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
We just returned from 2 marvelous weeks in our beautiful districts. I was invited to visit a food bank to highlight food insecurity and the need to provide families with nutritious and available meals. I talked with tribal leaders and law enforcement about how we must work together to solve the many issues facing Native American communities, from the missing and murdered Indigenous women crisis to the need for greater economic development to the need for protection of sacred sites from desecration. We gathered healthcare providers from across New Mexico for a Congressional Hispanic Caucus on the Road event to talk about Latino access to rural health care. That event was standing room only because our constituents want us to address health care access and continue Democrats' work to bring down the cost of prescription drugs and health care costs. The work we began last year with the Inflation Reduction Act. These are really important things. Our constituents want us to work on really important things that make a difference in their lives every day. So what are we doing today? 3 of these bills don't really address anything. We have more resolutions that just express things but don't have any solutions. We're spending another valuable week on non-binding resolutions and bills that Republicans have already failed to pass. This is the 3rd time we'll vote on a resolution complaining about an broken immigration system that's been broken for years, and it's Congress's fault that we have not fixed it. Republicans want to just talk about blame, but do they offer any solutions? That's not how governing works. It's not about coming down here and passing press releases on the floor of the House. If you want to engage in a problem and offer solutions, you engage in bipartisan negotiations to pass a law that fixes the problem. Instead, Republicans do the opposite. They block bipartisan immigration deals and complained that nothing's happening. Well, something is happening. Republicans are making the problem worse. 6 months ago, the president sent Congress a supplemental border security request. That request would have bolstered border security and slowed the flow of refugees by addressing the root cause of migration. For 6 months, Republicans who control this House have refused to take up the president's supplemental border security funding request. In the Senate, a bipartisan, led by a Republican senator and Democrats, worked for 4 months. They worked hard on a bipartisan border security deal. Before we could even discuss the merits of it in this House to say what we liked or didn't like, Trump told them to kill the bill. Following Trump's orders, as always, House Republican leadership declared it dead on arrival in the House. Why? They want to preserve immigration as a political weapon, not something that Americans are asking us to fix. Americans would like to see comprehensive immigration reform. How about if we do something like taking up the Bipartisan Dream and Promise Act, or the Bipartisan Farm Work Modernization Act, which passed with bipartisan support out of the Congress because we need more agrarian workers to help pick the food we need to place on our tables. What's especially shameful is that instead of offering solutions, Republicans are creating a dangerous environment in America. Rhetoric from the twice impeached and 4 times indicted former President Trump that suggests immigrants are poisoning the blood of America is dangerous and disgraceful. Trump's language echoes almost verbatim the propaganda and hate used by Hitler and other Nazi leaders. America's not Nazi Germany. We'll push back against such a scary road to tyranny and bigotry. Trump forgets, but America remembers, that immigrants are vitally important to the economic vibrancy and future of our nation. While securing the border is an important policy objective, there's no reason to demonize our parents, our grandparents, our coworkers, our friends, and neighbors in the process. This rule also makes in order H. Resolution 1117, yet another non-binding resolution, a press release. It's been just 1 week since 7 World Central Kitchen volunteers were killed in Gaza. killed while trying to bring food to starving Gazans who are on the brink of famine. More than 200 aid workers have been killed in Gaza over the last 6 months. Over 13,000 children and 9,000 women have died in the war. 27 kids so far have died of malnutrition. Do you know how horrible it is to die of starvation? 27 children. Famine is imminent for 1.1 million Gazans. There are still over 130 Israeli hostages who, without a ceasefire, cannot go home to their grieving families, their worried families. Tens of thousands of Israelis are marching in the streets to bring their hostages home. This resolution that we're hearing today fails to acknowledge the sad reality I've just discussed. It also fails to support President Biden's efforts to bring lasting peace to this region, which should be our goal. President Biden is right. A ceasefire is needed to bring over 130 Israeli hostages home and to prevent the deaths of innocent Gazans. Too many people have died already. President Biden's calls on Netanyahu for a ceasefire to bring the hostages home and to reverse the humanitarian crisis should be welcomed by everyone with a caring heart. If you care for the hostages and their worried families, a ceasefire is needed. If you care for the women and children who are dying and starving, a ceasefire is needed. If you care for a future where peace can come to this region, a ceasefire is needed. Next, the House will consider H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. The bill reauthorizes FISA for 5 years and implements minor changes to the program. The Republicans have waited until the last minute to bring this reauthorization to the floor. Well, I will say they tried once before, back in February. We had a hearing in the Rules Committee. Valentine's Day was great. We saw amazing bipartisan agreement from the Judiciary Committee. But we never did get to hear from the Intelligence Committee. Instead, Republicans waited until the last minute. Expires in 9 days. That's not a way to govern. This is an important bill that needs conversation and debate. Members need to hear from the two committees without jurisdiction over FISA to determine how they will vote in the important balance between protecting constitutional rights of citizens and protecting our national security. Next, this rule makes in order H.R. 529, the Extending Limits of U.S. Customs Waters Act. Well, this bill is a bipartisan bill, which I will point out received unanimous support in committee and will probably receive almost near unanimous support on this floor. This is the kind of bill that usually doesn't go through rules. It's the type of bill that would normally pass under suspension. Why wasn't it put under suspension? Is it because House Republicans needed something that could finally pass the Rules Committee, come to the floor, and maybe make it into law? The last bill to pass the Rules Committee and become law was almost a year ago. Almost a year ago, before we did the people's business on this floor, where we actually got a bill, sent it out of rules, sent it to the Senate, and made it on the president's desk. Republicans have presided over the most ineffective sessions of Congress in history. Despite the pressing challenges facing our nation, they have repeatedly chosen to prioritize silly censures, sham impeachments, and do-nothing messaging bills. That's no way to run the House. That's no way to run the people's House and address the people's business. Meanwhile, Democrats have kept our focus on delivering for the American people and implementing the incredible laws we passed last Congress when Democrats controlled this House, which was, by the way, the most successful and most productive in recent memory. We, in the last years, have carried the vote to make sure the U.S. didn't default on its debt last year. Democrats carried bills to fund the government and keep it running and to protect against draconian spending cuts. Democrats always stand ready to work across the aisle to tackle important issues. This includes coming together to work on a bipartisan solution, comprehensive solution to fix the border, to secure the border, to lower costs. We hope that our colleagues will work with us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of President of the United States. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. The reason that we have a resolution on the floor to stand and say that we believe that the Biden administration is failing to carry out its duty to secure the border of the United States because it's true. Because the American people need to know that and see us speaking with one voice. And the reason that we have a resolution on the floor saying that we should stand with Israel is because the administration walked away from Israel, abandoned them in a vote, in the Security Council vote, by abstaining. That's the truth. That's why these resolutions matter. That's why they're here on the floor. But we're going to have a lot of debate here about the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And on this, I think there's a lot of bipartisan agreement. There are a lot of bipartisan concerns about the size and scope of government. I think it is important to remember, James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson, May 13th, 1798, quote, "Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged against danger, real or pretended, from abroad." The founders knew what they were doing. The founders intentionally built into the United States Constitution protections for us, protections for the people. Unfortunately, the legislation before us doesn't do what is necessary to answer the question, to secure the people's rights. There are amendments that are in order that might get the legislation there. Remember, Section 702 allows the NSA to surveil non-U.S. individuals and organizations abroad if a significant purpose is to acquire foreign intelligence information, which it defines as information related to the conduct of U.S. foreign affairs. Remember, there are some 230,000 targets that the government has, the blob, the intelligence community has, that they're targeting over there, overseas, targeting externally. But here's the problem. They're collecting information here in the United States on those individuals. We don't know who they are. I asked the Judiciary Committee chairman and staff, do you all know who they are? Have you gone into a SCIF? Have you seen who they're targeting? And the answer is no. We don't know who they're targeting. Then information is collected in communication to those individuals, which necessarily brings American citizens into the mix. So the question is, what do we do about it? Remember this, and then I want to recognize my friend from Kentucky. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board report released last year stated, quote, "Ordinary Americans may be in contact with Section 702 targets for business or personal reasons, even if the Americans have no connection to or reason to suspect any wrongdoing by their foreign contacts." That is an important issue. That is at the heart of the debate. And what we have right now before us is a rule to bring forward reauthorization of legislation passed so that we can go try to protect our country, supposedly looking outward, but it has ensnared American citizens and their information. And that is why we're here, and the question is whether we're going to have the ability to amend it to ensure that American citizens can be protected. And with that, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
I thank my colleague from Texas. Today we're voting on a resolution that will bring forward reauthorization of a program that's been abused for decades, the FISA 702 surveillance program. Before we vote on that program, though, this resolution that we're voting on now prescribes that we will bring forward an amendment to require warrants if you want to spy on Americans, if you want to use this database as a backdoor to look at the privacy, the private information of Americans, you would need a warrant if this amendment passes. Now, there's some people who say, oh, getting a warrant is too hard. It'll slow us down. You'll put America in danger. Listen, I've been in the SCIF, the classified area, where they're supposed to tell us the problems with requiring a warrant, and they never have told us a single example of where getting a warrant would be a problem to national security. In fact, we've got a provision in the warrant amendment that says in exigent circumstances, you can skip that step. You'll hear today that, oh, everything's fine. We don't need the warrant amendment. We've got 53 reforms in this package. Here's the problem with those reforms. We rely on the same people that abused the system to enforce those reforms. And they still don't go to the constitutional level that is required in this country. Who doesn't trust those 53 reforms? Congress doesn't trust those 53 reforms. The authors of this bill, you know how I know? Because they put an exemption, 2 exemptions for themselves in this bill. That's right. If the FBI is going to use 702 FISA to spy on congressmen, they have to tell Congress. They even have to get permission from the congressman they're spying on if they say it's for the congressman's own good. Why do we have a provision in there that exempts congressmen but not all of America? Americans deserve the protections that are enshrined in the Constitution. Nothing less should pass this House. This is an enormous database. They're going to tell you, oh, we're just looking at intelligence that was gathered on foreigners. The problem is they're collecting this intelligence in the United States, using service providers in the United States, using internet connections in the United States. They collect a lot of stuff here. Do you think the NSA employee who did a FISA search on a Tinder date was looking for information about Hamas? No. There's all kinds of information in there, and that's why it's being abused. That's why we need the warrant provision. I urge folks to vote for this rule so that you can vote for the warrant provision amendment, and if that amendment doesn't pass, you shouldn't vote to reauthorize FISA. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules and a mentor, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this place is so broken. It's pathetic. And it's interesting to listen to the gentleman from Texas who's now managing this rule, who regularly lectures us on the importance of regular order and making sure that we have a more open process. And the rule that he is bringing before the membership today, 4 measures, 3 of these measures are being brought to us under completely closed rules. No amendments are made in order. 3 of the bills weren't even considered by committees of jurisdiction. No hearings and no markup, and yet here we are. What a wonderful process to celebrate. I mean, this place is not functioning. We don't even know whether this rule that we're spending time debating today will even pass because there's such disarray on the Republican side. It is a pathetic way for this Congress to be run. But, Mr. Speaker, I could be here all day talking about the dysfunction on the other side, but I want to rise today to applaud 2 public servants who I think have made this institution a better place. First is our senior professional staff member and Director of Member Services, Eric Delaney, who will have his last day with us this Friday. Eric is a Philly native and an alum of Binghamton University, New York, and he has spent over 18 years working for the American people here on Capitol Hill. Like many staffers, Eric's journey began when he became a legislative assistant working for Representative Ted Strickland and the people of Ohio. He spent 8 years as a senior advisor for Member Services under Caucus Vice Chair and then Chair Javier Becerra. He then served as Legislative Director for Representative Anthony Brown before joining the Rules Committee in 2018. Eric has an impressive resume, but let me also say he's also just a great guy and an integral part of our team. His dedication to public service, skill as a coalition builder, fast problem solving, and quiet leadership have left a mark on all of us, and we will miss him at the Rules Committee. We are sad to see you go, Eric, but excited to see what you accomplish in your new role at the Department of Energy. And on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for your hard work and unwavering commitment to this institution. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate my dear friend Tom Cole, who has officially been selected by the Republican Conference as the next chair of the Appropriations Committee. It is no surprise to me, given his skill as a legislator, his dedication as a public servant, and his decency as a person. I cannot think of any other person I would rather have chairing the Rules Committee, except me. But that's going to take a change in the majority, and that's up to the American people, not us. And it's not just in public. He has consistently demonstrated a tremendous respect for this institution, and he's always conducted himself in a way that demonstrates it. And it's not just in public when the cameras are rolling, but he does it in private too. He's a man of integrity, a man of his word, and he works hard to do the right thing, even after the gavel comes down and the camera is shut off. To be honest, I wish there were more Tom Coles in Congress, because he knows the secret of legislating, which is you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. The American people send us up here to work out our differences on their behalf, to do what's right for our country. It's a skill I've seen, I've seen Tom Cole deploy time and time again to bring people together, to try to find common ground. And although Chairman Cole and I always don't see eye to eye, I think what we have done is show the American people that it's possible to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think that's worthwhile. I think it matters, especially in this time of polarization and partisan anger. And one more personal note, and I said this last night in the Rules Committee, I hope I don't get him in trouble for this, but I value Tom Cole's friendship and his respect his guidance and the example he sets around here. He conducts himself in a thoughtful, decent, and dignified manner. I am thankful for the staff that he has surrounded himself with. I think they reflect positively on him, and they are a credit to this institution. I hope he doesn't take them all away from the Rules Committee when he goes to appropriations. But I look forward to continuing to work with him in his new capacity. And I think all of us can learn a lot from Chairman Cole, and we should all join in a bipartisan way in honoring his service to this institution and to this country. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for the words. I think they were very inspiring as to our wonderful leadership that we have had with Chairman Cole. And also, we're going to miss Eric. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for his kind words for our colleague, Mr. Cole. We will, those of us on committee will miss working with the gentleman from Oklahoma. Obviously, as the gentleman from Massachusetts pointed out, he's not going very far. He'll be down the hall in the Appropriations Committee. I guess we won't get ahead of things. It's not been formalized yet, but it seems like that's the direction where it's going. And it's been an honor to work on the committee with Tom Cole. Again, without getting ahead of things, I think there's able folks on the Rules Committee and Dr. Burgess from Texas, my friend from Texas, very likely might be in that role, and I'll look forward to working with him in the Rules Committee. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in favor of this resolution, which sets up the House of Representatives to consider much-needed reform and limitations to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. With the pending expiration of 702 of FISA, Congress is tasked with reforming an authority intended for foreign intelligence collection, but which has turned into warrantless surveillance of the American people. The targeting of Americans is well documented. Reporting from the Office of the Director for National Intelligence found that in 2021, the FBI conducted over 3,394,000 U.S. person searches without a warrant. In 2022, the FBI was still conducting hundreds of warrantless searches each day. These queries target members of Congress, state elected officials, judges, campaign donors, protesters, and more. In May of this last year, the Washington Post reported that in 2020 and early 2021, the FBI conducted over 278,000 searches of the 702 database that violated Justice Department rules and often lacked national security connections. Even the FISA court found that, quote, the FBI's querying of Section 702 information have proven to be persistent and widespread, end quote. Warrantless surveillance of the American people by the federal government in violation of the Fourth Amendment is well documented and well known. If such an alarming reality does not merit serious reform and paring back of authorities, then my question is, what does? As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I was proud to be involved in the development of the Protect Liberty and End Warrantless Surveillance Act, through which we first advanced these important reforms. The FISA Working Group was the next installment of this important process, and the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act is a good start, but there is more work which must be done. The underlying rule makes in order 3 critically important amendments, one prohibiting warrantless searches of Americans in the 702 database, one ending the overly intrusive abouts collection, and one enhancing reporting requirements and injecting Congress into the FISA court process. These amendments are crucial to placing limitations on and imposing transparency. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and support these 3 amendments, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I appreciate that the rule makes in order several amendments for the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. And these are amendments that we heard about that both the members of the Judiciary and Intelligence Committee have proposed. But we also heard last night in rules that there were many important amendments that the committee blocked and that the full House won't get to consider. The process on this could indeed have been better. What I wonder now is, do we even have the votes to pass this rule? Because we need to be able to get to a point where we are taking up on the floor of the House, putting rules on the floor of the House that are going to get the votes. As we know, they've already defeated 6 of their own rules. These are important matters, and I think it is important that we get to do the work. And with that, I reserve the remainder of my time. I would also like to inquire, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlelady has 13¼ minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm going to recognize my friend from Arizona in 1 second. I would point out that on this issue, one of the concerns that we have is ensuring an adequate and fair hearing on the issue of the warrant amendment. The gentleman from Kentucky raised the issue, as did the gentlelady from Wyoming, the importance of the warrant protection for American citizens. It cannot be overstated the extent to which, at our founding and throughout our history, it has been critical to place that constitutional barrier between the authority of government being used in the name of defense and in the name of security in a way that tramples on the rights and the security of the American people. That is what is at issue. That is the conundrum we face. For all of us that wish to protect our country, we know first and foremost we must protect our civil liberties, or there is no country to protect. I will yield 2 minutes to my friend from Arizona.
Thank the
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. Let me tell you what bothers me. So we know that there's a severe problem with the apparatus of the federal police state abusing FISA, both Section 702 and Title I, to use those authorities to surveil and search Americans' private data. I want nothing more than to put every member of this body on the record. Do you support the warrant protections granted under the Fourth Amendment to your constituency? I want everyone on the record on that. But in order to get there, we put at risk this bigger, broader problem, because the other amendments made in order will expand that authority before we know we can even curb the authority. So you're creating another bucket for which you are exposing American citizens, innocent American citizens. 19,000 donors to a political campaign. Don't tell me that all those 19,000 were in contact with Hamas. They weren't. The system was abused. That's why we need the warrant requirement. That's why we need the Fourth Amendment's not for sale, but we're not even going to be able to consider that. What I'm telling you is, we have the conundrum, as my friend from Texas has said, of the Speaker saying, we're going to brief you on
what NSA, CIA, FBI says, but we're not going to bring in anybody to counter what they say. And we're going to do it in a skiff so you can't tell the American people. Well, what I want is I want accountability. I want accountability to myself and everybody else in this body. And that's why I'm leaning towards voting for this. But on the other hand, the real question is, are you going to go ahead and expand the authorities of the federal police state just because you want to vote? I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we can see that there is strong consideration on some of the issues with regard to FISA, but we've also seen that we are so close to its expiration. And I really wonder whether the rule will pass. I haven't heard them talk about whether they think this rule will pass. As I noted, 6 rules have been killed on the Republican side. There was also a tweet that was recently issued by the presumptive presidential nominee. In all caps, it says, and I am simply quoting the tweet, not making any observations, but it says, I can't yell that loud, but kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign. End quote. I wonder whether this House will continue to move forward on the business that must be done, or whether tweets will indeed lead to what action we are taking here today. Hopefully, we'll take action that needs to move forward. With that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I want to inquire how much time is remaining on our side.
The gentleman from Texas has 15 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank the Speaker. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the good gentleman from Texas, and I'm here to remind myself and everybody that we each took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and within the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is the Fourth Amendment. And I'll just read a portion of that for you all. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Shall not be violated. It doesn't say, well, if we've got an important matter, we can violate it. If it's too difficult, if it takes too long, Mr. Speaker, we can violate it. It doesn't say that. It says it shall not be violated. Now, we're here to debate the rule today on this, and I will tell you I have concerns about the rule because we worked to make sure that amendments would be in order so that we could vote for them on the floor. Now, I have concerns about the rule, but assuming this rule passes and this bill comes to the floor, Mr. Speaker, the FBI and the intelligence agencies, just the last time there was a report out, spied on Americans illegally 278,000 times. And it's sure long past time that we do something about it. It is sure long past time. And I will tell you the fact that they're quibbling and fighting about having a warrant requirement, that they're fighting over protecting the data that they're purchasing. Not just on me, Mr. Speaker, not just on you, the people in the gallery, the people that are watching TV. Every single American, these intelligence agencies, without a warrant, are collecting your information for which they each took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, which says they can't do it. Mr. Speaker, this reauthorization is not reform. It is not currently reform. It might be reformed depending on the amendments available, but we already know that the one that protects your data from being bought by the FBI is not going to be allowed. Somebody has to stand up for the Constitution and the rights of the American people, and if I can't do anything else here in this House of Representatives, you can count me for standing up for that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance.
Reserve. The chair will remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, like many more, take sacred the oath that we have taken to preserve the Constitution. And I hope that as elections come up, and as we think about how we make sure that we preserve our democracy, that those words continue to ring throughout all of my colleagues' memories of what has happened on the floor of this House. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share with you why I have significant concerns for us not addressing some material potential violation of Fourth Amendment rights of Americans. And it really has to do a lot with upstream collection. And I want to explain what it is. Upstream collection, where government, NSA, can go in the backbone and collect data about all Americans, whatever they want. And then they have to go through minimization procedures. And supposedly this minimization procedure is supposed to limit the data that they incidentally collect about Americans. Well, the challenge is no one ever audits and checks what they're doing. And if you remember what happened in 2016, where pretty much these minimization procedures didn't allow to collect about information. It means that if you have the name of some potential, terrorist in the body of your email, they can collect your data, but NSA still did it. They collected the data. And what's happened? We don't know what's happened, but we also know in 2022 that new technique was authorized where, according to the review of the Oversight Board, if used in a widespread way and not minimized, can be extraordinary, intrusive. So this is a very new sensitive technique, but there is no one ever check. And we know these agencies, how they failed so many times collecting data on Americans. We are turning the police state. This is the material flaw with this bill, and I want to raise significant concerns that it has to be addressed, or we just put in lipstick on the pig. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Recognize my friend, Mr. Turner.
How much time?
For up to 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here standing in favor of this rule. This is an important rule that allows to come to this House floor the reauthorization of FISA and 56 significant reforms to this bill to curb what have been just devastating abuses by the intelligence community and by the FBI. These reforms are essential to make certain that we can protect our most important national security tool at the same time of protecting American citizens and their civil liberties. I am in favor of this rule. I ask all my fellow members to support the rule, and I want to thank specifically Chip Roy for his support for the rule as it came out of the Rules Committee, and appreciate him standing here today as we try to bring this rule to passage so we can bring this bill to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve. The gentleman.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I would point out before I recognize my friend from Ohio that the concerns that we're looking at here, I think, boil down to questions that people assert when they say, quote, lawfully collected information, so therefore you don't need a warrant to search the 702 data for United States citizens' information. I think that's really at the crux of the debate going on. And the rule that we have before us, which takes a product to respond to and make reforms and changes in response to some of the concerns raised, but then takes the critical and core component of warrant requirement and puts it off as an amendment subject to debate when there has been now some public pressure put on opposing the amendment. That's the conundrum that you're seeing unfold for the American people to understand why there's some hesitation here to proceed when we're proceeding with reforms that don't get to the engine of the reform. Reforms that might make some improvements, but those improvements are in the periphery. They ignore the core problem, that fundamental issue as to whether or not you must have a warrant to look at the information of American citizens. That's it. That's at the core of it. And we're talking about things that are significant, where just the tip of the iceberg, right? Searches by the intel community and FBI included 141 Black Lives Matter protesters, 2 members of Congress, journalists, political commentators, victims who contacted the FBI, people who came to the FBI offices to perform repairs, individuals on online dating services. And now we have in this bill a carve-out for members of Congress. Congress that we get a heads up. Hey guys, you've been queried. Well, why do we get something that 330 million Americans don't get? With that, I will yield up to 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I support the rule, but like the gentleman, I will not support the legislation unless we get this warrant amendment, that requirement in the legislation itself. Query is a fancy name for search. And the intelligence community will tell us right now there are 200,000 queries, 200,000 searches that take place every year on U.S. persons, on American citizens. 200,000 a year. Those things are done on American citizens without a warrant, and this is the FBI that my friend, member of the Rules Committee, just talked about, who's abused the system. 278,000 times, not Mr. Roy, not Mr. Jordan giving you that number. That's the number from the Washington Post. 278,000 times. Inspector General at the Justice Department determined that the FBI did not follow the previous rules when they searched this database on U.S. persons. And now we're supposed to believe, oh, we've got new rules, stricter rules, better rules, and I'm all for those. Now they're going to follow the new rules. Didn't follow the old ones, but now they're going to follow the new. Well, why don't we go to the tried and true method? If you got the executive branch wanting to look at American citizens' information, they have to go to a separate and equal branch of the government, the judicial branch, and get a probable cause warrant. It's worked pretty darn well for 200 plus years in the greatest country ever. But somehow we can't do it here? Here's the fundamental question. 200,000 searches done. Oh, by the way, our warrant requirement has 3 exceptions. And the first exception is if it's an emergency situation, you don't have to go to a judge to get the warrant. You do the search, you find out, and you protect America. 2 other exceptions in there as well. So here's the fundamental question. 200,000 searches done on U.S. persons a year. How many of them aren't covered by the exceptions? And guess what? Nobody seems to be able to give us an answer. That's the question we need to know, because if it's a big number, we should all be scared. If it's a small number, what's the big deal? No one will answer that question. That's what we need to know. And we need to, but the best way to safeguard the liberty of the people we get the privilege of representing is to do what's been done in this country forever. Go get a warrant. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Reserve. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's really important that the American people know that we are debating a rule today. And that rule has the FISA bill, of which we have heard much, but it also has other bills. Half the legislation that are on the floor today do nothing. They do absolutely nothing. And in fact, it's not surprising that Republicans, my colleagues, worry about the do-nothing Congress. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from NBC News entitled, "It's Embarrassing. Republicans worry they have no achievements to run on in 2024."
Without objection.
And I would say that some of the quotes, and I'm saying quotes, say, "I hope there's enough adults in the room that are willing to focus on progress rather than purity," which means when you don't have bipartisan legislation to work on some of the issues my constituents have talked about, the resolutions that nobody on the other side wants to talk about because they do nothing. I would also point out that one of the quotes is, open quote, "I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One," Roy yelled. "Anybody sitting in the complex, you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done besides, well, I guess it's not as bad as Democrats." But, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a really important thing that Americans need to know. That when we were in charge of this House, we looked on making sure that we brought down the costs of prescription drugs. We made sure that we addressed the needs of the people, of the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Ask how much time is remaining.
The gentleman has 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from New Mexico has 9 3/4 minutes.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Previous question, which I hope we will, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would protect access to reproductive and abortion health care for the millions of Americans who need it. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the far right and MAGA Republicans will stop at nothing short of a full abortion ban. As of this month, over a dozen states have restricted access to that critical health care, with some extreme states eliminating access entirely. Just yesterday, an Arizona Supreme Court upheld a 160-year-old law making it a felony to perform or induce an abortion at almost any time. This is inhumane. But do we think Republicans will stop at 15 states, 20 states? On the contrary, they won't stop until every single woman in this country is deprived of her right to make her own health care decisions in conversation with her faith, her family, and her doctors without government interference. That's why House Democrats are fighting to protect women, protect doctors, and protect patients who simply want access and to access needed care. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, will prevent states from trampling on Americans' constitutional rights and keep fundamental health care services available across the country. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you to my friend and colleague, Representative Leija Fernandez, for her commitment to ensuring women's access to abortion care, no matter where they are in this country. And this is because extreme Republicans are doubling down on their out-of-touch, and I will repeat, extreme attacks on women as they march toward a national abortion ban. Make no mistake. By overturning Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court deprived millions of women the freedom to make one of the most personal and important decisions of their lives. And as a physician, in fact, a pediatrician, I understand that reproductive health care, including abortion, is part of women's health care. There's simply no place for politics in the exam room. This is a personal decision between a woman and her doctor. It is not a government decision, and government should not be meddling in health care. This is a slippery slope, as we're already seeing. When there is a claim by my colleagues, by my Republican colleagues, that life begins at conception, the moment a sperm touches an egg, boy, that's a slippery slope. We've already seen what that has done to IVF care. Families who desperately want, or parents who desperately want children are unable to have families now in Alabama because of this ruling. This is interfering with even more aspects of women's health care. Next is contraception. Again, make no mistake. As one of 2 pro-choice women doctors in Congress, you can count on me to do everything I can to protect women's access to safe abortion. And this is why the Women's Health Protection Act, which will keep government out of this most personal and important medical decision, is so critical to pass. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give everyone at home a behind-the-scenes look into what we just did here today. Republicans needed filler this week because they have no real agenda to work on. So, of the 4 bills, 3 of them were do-nothing rules for bills that attack the president, a customs bill that has broad support and didn't need a bill, and FISA reauthorization, which we don't even know will pass. I think Americans want to know what we are not doing here, that we are not taking up the important legislation that Americans are worried about, security assistance for Ukraine, which the Senate voted overwhelmingly to pass. The crucial aid to Ukraine included in this would be critical to fight for democracy, but we're not even taking it up. We're not taking up the need to pass a farm bill everywhere I go in my district, my rural area. What's happening with the farm bill? We're not taking that up. We're not taking up legislation to protect a woman's access to health care so that if she has a miscarriage, she is welcomed with assistance from her doctors and not handcuffs. You know, we pointed it out that the last bill to pass the Rules Committee and become law was almost a year ago. Why? Because Republicans, this Congress, have been trying but failing over and over to govern. Democrats, in contrast, are willing to work across the aisle on bipartisan issues to attack the important issues our constituents know we need to get done. We cannot continue to have the kind of infighting that stops legislative action for us to get the work we need to get done. Mr. Speaker, because of all the important issues that were raised, that we need to take up, that women and people who love the women, who want to make sure they have the health care they deserve, vote no on the previous question. Let's take up the Women's Protected Health Care Act. Let's move on things that in every state, election after election, we know we need to get done. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I'd like to kind of just summarize what we've got in front of us, particularly with respect to the foreign intelligence surveillance issue. That's where we have, I think, the most debate. The fact of the matter is, for the average American watching this, they're going to be confused as to what exactly we're doing, because it's a complex issue. And I started this rule debate by quoting James Madison, who in 1798, I'll repeat, wrote to Thomas Jefferson and said, quote, "Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged against danger, real or pretended, from abroad." And I think that is the question that is before us right now. It is the balance that a nation struggles with if you're a republic like ours, a republic built on the back of liberty and our constitutional protections, that is trying to balance the need to stop evil abroad from attacking our people with protecting civil liberties at home. And what we have for the average American to understand is a big pot of collected information that is, in the words of the intel community, directed outward. And that large pot of information is directed towards some 230,000 people, individuals, entities abroad. But as I said earlier, we don't know who they are. We're not briefed on who they are. And when we try to go into that kind of level of briefing, it is often cloaked in the intel world. They just say, well, this is dangerous and this is important stuff. And, you know, so the Judiciary Committee chairman, for example, doesn't know who's on that list of 230,000 people. So from that list of 230,000 who we don't know, and which can expand or shrink at the whim of the intel community, we then take that information and communications with any of those individuals, if you're an American citizen, can get swept up and viewed by the intel community. That's where the abuses took place. And I've heard some of my colleagues saying, well, you're asking for a secondary warrant, when we say that the warrant amendment here is critically important. But that misses the point that you've got an intelligence-driven apparatus to collect information abroad that then will sweep in communications by American citizens or U.S. persons into that database. Those communications can now be seen, can be viewed. And as I noted, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board report released last year said, quote, ordinary Americans may be in contact with Section 702 targets for business or personal reasons, even if the Americans have no connection to or reason to suspect any wrongdoing by their foreign contacts. That is the problem. That is why the Judiciary Committee, which is the committee with primary jurisdiction, put in place additional protections in the form of a required warrant if you're going to look at the information of those American citizens. That is what was the wisdom of the very broad bipartisan 35-2 vote in the Judiciary Committee. That was removed. A bill was now put on the floor, the bill before us, and now we're forced to proceed to a bill by virtue of a rule whereby we're not sure whether the issue that at play, the warrant requirement, will be supported. Now, okay, that might be fine. You say we have an open process, but it wasn't really an open process. It was a structured rule. It was provisions that were sort of cooked up to achieve the result. That's what we're looking at. And in truth, there are amendments that have been part of the rule that are the Intel amendments, which will expand FISA, which will expand the reach. And by all accounts, more likely than not will pass. And then there's the provisions that some support that would constrain the power. That is, for example, the warrant requirement or the abouts language, which would limit the use of the more generic abouts, so you have to target the specific individuals. Or enhanced reporting, happens to be my amendment. Those provisions are meant to constrain government. So the conundrum that you see, that you're going to see play out on the floor, is do you support the rule to proceed, to move forward, under a hope that the warrant amendment will be passed, because the sword of Damocles hanging over the head is that this will expire, and thus there will be pressure to pass a simple reauthorization for 5 years. That's the truth. So here, we will see what transpires. It is my considered judgment that we ought to try as a body to stand behind a warrant requirement to make sure we protect the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeas and nays are requested, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1125, adoption of House Resolution 1125 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3250. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1125, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 69, House Resolution 1125. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7888 to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 529 to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Is any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays are 228. The resolution is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3250, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 68, H.R. 3250, a bill to recognize the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 385, the nays are 31. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of HRES 1126 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1126, resolution authorizing video recording in the House chamber during a joint meeting of Congress for certain educational purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Seeing none, without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Objection.
No worries. No worries. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life of Bill Foster. Bill was a longtime Savannah, Georgia resident, having been born and raised in the area. After graduating from Armstrong College Night School, Bill served our nation as a member of the Georgia Army National Guard. During this time, he was commissioned officer in the 118th Field Artillery Battalion. Following service, Bill worked with Thomas & Hutton Engineering as a land surveyor. During his employment, he contributed to multiple landscape development projects. Noting his skills and strong work ethic, the company appointed Bill as chairman of the board of directors, where he served until the time of his retirement in December of 1997. Bill embodied the characteristics of a true community man, having raised a wonderful family with his wife Peggy, while actively participating in local church operations and other community committees. Bill will be remembered for his civic leadership, his community involvement, and his service to our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to be unequivocally clear about one thing. Hamas is responsible for every single loss of life in Israel and Gaza since their barbaric attack on October 7. Hamas, conducting a war from beneath the homes and kitchens of citizens, is putting civilians in danger, not this ridiculous assertion made against Israel, which is merely defending itself against these sources of attack. There can be no ceasefire until Hamas surrenders, releases every hostage, and ceases firing at Israel and its innocent citizens. It is shameful that the Biden White House and Senate Majority Leader Schumer are walking back support of one of our greatest allies. Meanwhile, they're increasingly concerning pro-Iran Muslim Brotherhood influences inside our own State Department. Israel has an undeniable right to defend themselves from their attackers. The U.S. must continue to support military armaments, including Iron Dome missile defense system, and never encourage our ally to surrender to the terrorists who want them dead and to not exist. I yield back.
At this time, are there any further requests for 1 minute speeches? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek the floor? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise today to reinforce one of the most important positions that we have in the United States, and that is the Attorney General of the United States of America. That officer of the nation is to provide protection when it comes to fair voting laws, to structure a scheme of social justice and criminal justice interacting together, where you have justice in the eyes of the citizen, and of course, you have a response in the eyes of the person that is the perpetrator, that they're held accountable. So I call upon the Attorney General of the United States to defend this nation. Defend the nation on the grounds of more women's rights. Defend the nation on a better social voting rights structure that is not being defended. And to fight for a young boy that is sitting in a classroom isolated in Texas because he does not have the right hairstyle. He is suffering because the state of Texas is not abiding to the Crown Act. I want the Attorney General of the United States to do his job of defending the citizens of this country and to hold those responsible who have done wrong and to be able to protect those who have not done wrong. I will follow up in the days to come, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Over the last few weeks, we have seen a shameful display by members of the Democratic Party, including the Senate Majority Leader, who attacked and undermined the State of Israel and the special relationship that we have. The United States recognized Israel 11 minutes after its founding. They are our closest ally in the world. And at a time of war, the Senate Majority Leader, the senator from New York, took the opportunity to call for regime change. At a time when the Democratic Party talks about protecting democracy, rails against foreign interference in elections, the senator from New York thought it his opportunity and in his interest, politically, to undermine the State of Israel and the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Hamas is a terrorist state. The fastest way for a ceasefire to occur is for Hamas to surrender and release the hostages. That is the only thing that members of the United States government should be demanding, from the President to the Senate Majority Leader to the former Speaker of the House. It is shameful what is happening in the Democratic Party today. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
I thank the Speaker very much. I certainly want to be very clear on the hearts and minds of Americans and the hearts and minds of Texans, hearts and minds of the Democratic caucus, that no one in our caucus suffers the killing of innocent people, no matter where we find ourselves. So I rise today to take great issue with any suggestion that our caucus, our Democratic caucus, would not fight for those who are the most vulnerable, and to recognize the Maryland delegation and the leader, Mr. Infumi, who comes to the floor to ensure that the voices of Marylanders are heard in helping to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge, but also to ensure the representation of the American people that we do not discard our friends, but what we do is demand that our friends stand up for the vulnerable, that our friends love babies and women and children, and that we make sure that there is not an unequal mistreatment of individuals who are here in this country and who are overseas. So I must challenge any interpretation of Democrats as being anything but supportive of the president's policies, which are policies that believe in protecting human rights workers, and again, as I started out, by protecting those vulnerable persons in the, how should I say it, in the very vigorous war that is going on and the loss of life that we see. That is why you hear a difference of opinion in the Democratic Party. That is why you hear from the majority leader of the United States Senate a different voice, because that voice has to speak for, again, the most vulnerable. And at the same time, would we not want to have the nation acknowledge the tragedy that happened in Maryland, in the Baltimore harbor, where so many detrimental disasters could be forthcoming because of the terrible tragedy of the bridge coming down, the lack of money to be able to support a new system of construction, and as well to be able to pay for it. So here's a real story. Tragedy struck the Baltimore harbor some weeks ago. In striking the Baltimore harbor, we saw not only the Maryland delegation come together, but we saw the nation come together. And the nation has come together to be able to speak to the pain of the people that are in Maryland, that are in Baltimore, and in particular in the city of Baltimore. That's what happened. And so I am standing with and supporting Mr. Infumi, who comes to represent the Maryland delegation, to ensure that those funds are forthcoming and that they are not dismissed. I think it is extremely important that we know to help our various communities that are suffering from hurricanes, suffering from a particular type of disaster that no one had ever heard, which is the disaster of the collision of a cargo carrier, if you will, going into the Francis Scott Key Bridge that many of us remember as a source of the Star-Spangled Banner. And so I would not be here if I didn't think the value that I stand for is to stand alongside of Mr. Infumi to recognize that we are Americans first and that we're here to help those who are in their time of need, cannot help themselves. That is why the president immediately went to Maryland in terms of his voice, immediately spoke up on behalf of the people of Maryland and the people of Baltimore, and immediately spoke up on behalf of the Maryland congressional delegation, of which Mr. Infumi now will continue to lead. He immediately stood up to ensure, he stuck up because he was going to be a man of his word, but he stood up because he's a man of his word that he was going to be here to stand with the people, the great people of Maryland. So it's my privilege to have been able to yield back to the Speaker at this time and to indicate my support for the funding efforts to help the great people of the great state of Maryland. Let's do it together. That's what Americans do. We help each other and we work together. I yield back to the Speaker at this time.
The gentlelady from Texas yields back under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Fume, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the gentlewoman from Texas for her opening remarks of this special hour dedicated to make sure that we underscore the
sense of tragedy, the sense of loss, and the sense of damage that has occurred as a result of the bridge collapse in Baltimore. And I want to thank her again for sitting in and standing in. Your remarks were very well received. We appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today shortly to welcome other members again who will be coming over to be a part of this special order. And I want to call everyone's attention to the fact that somewhere around 1:30 a.m. on March 26th, the Dahlia, a large 985-foot cargo ship weighing 95,000 tons when empty, collided, as we all know now, tragically, with the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. The Dahlia's collision with the Key Bridge caused its fatal collapse into the Patapsco River and has forced the Port of Baltimore to suspend vessel traffic until further notice. All of the shipping lanes, with the exception of the ones that the Coast Guard was just recently able to open, have been closed, and we don't expect that to change until sometime around the end of May if we are fortunate. Aside from that, I think it's always important to recognize that it was not the collapse of the bridge alone that troubled us, but it was also the loss of human life. Our hearts continue to go out to the families who lost their loved ones on that bridge on that fateful evening. This unimaginable disaster claimed the lives, as we know now, of 6 men: Alejandro Hernandez Fuentes, Menor Yasir Sandoval, Miguel Luna, Dorian Castillo Cabrera, Jose Menor Lopez, and Carlos Hernandez. Those stories and those lives have yet to be fully understood or told. But those men, most of whom had been in this country 16 or 17 years, working in most instances 2 jobs, married with children and raising families, paying taxes, and doing what a lot of people would not want to do at 1:30 in the morning, that high up on a bridge, filling potholes. We in the state of Maryland continue to mourn them, as do people all over the country. And we know that they were indeed, as I said, husbands, somebody's father, somebody's brother. Their passing serves as a solemn reminder to cherish our own lives and the lives of those that we really deeply care about. These men gave their heart, they gave their sweat, and ultimately gave their souls. They leave behind 6 grieving families and loved ones that will never see them again. So those families can never get enough of our condolences and our prayers and our sympathies. I want to thank the largest Latino and immigrant organization in the Mid-Atlantic, Casa de Maryland, and its executive director, Gustavo Torres, and all of those who worked so hard to support those grieving families the day of the collapse and every day since then, both financially and emotionally. And I ask that we continue to lift them in prayer in a time of great tragedy that all Americans, regardless of where they are, to some extent feel, understand, and grieve for. I'd be remiss if I did not thank President Joe Biden, who called the governor and myself and other members of the delegation that morning to express his profound regret and his unstinching and unwavering support for finding a way to make things whole again, to rebuild that bridge and to allow those shipping lanes of commerce to be open. President Biden, since the beginning of this, has not wavered in his support of replacing that bridge. And not just for the sake of replacing a bridge and to open, as I said before, the channels of commerce, but to also find a way to give hope to all of the many people who are affected, the thousands of longshoremen, thousands of dock workers that do odd jobs, all of those in the communities of Turner Station and Dundalk, Maryland, who are right at the mouth of the bridge, as well as all those small businesses and business owners, the truck drivers and others, everyone affected when all commerce came to a halt. So thank you, President Biden. We have appreciated the simple eloquence of your example in this tragedy. We pledge to work with you and with the appropriate members of the Appropriations Bill or Appropriations Committee here in the Congress. In addition to the President, I want to thank Secretary Buttigieg, who also reached out early that morning as the sun rose and who was one of the first boots on the ground by noon. Secretary Buttigieg was initially responsible in making sure that the cleanup funds, the initial dollars, got appropriated and let right away, and they were sent and are being used now in cleanup of the massive amount of debris, which I'm going to talk about, which is almost unthinkable when you consider a bridge of that size. Administrator Guzman and the SBA, we thank you, and we thank all of those SBA officials who came over and who started working with small businesses who are severely impacted by this, as was the case with Acting Secretary Su of the Department of Labor. Now, one of the things that we believe is very important, and I think it's important to mention right now, is that the United States Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers immediately stood up a command team on the scene, immediately began working with Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, who, by the way, has just done an excellent job in marshaling all of the state's resources. And that command team, made up of the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, the State Police, the FBI, and so many others that were involved from the start of this, really has made a difference in terms of the progress that has been made thus far. The Maryland Department of the Environment and the Transportation Authority also very much a part of what took place. And so this unified command, as I indicated, were some of the first boots on the ground, and they've responded to this crisis day in and day out with diligence and with precision. Their work around the clock, 24/7, does not go unnoticed by our city, our state, or our nation. And we owe much dedication to those servicemen and servicewomen who, even at this hour, as I speak, are still very much involved, as they have been, in trying to find a way to open those channels. There are 51 divers in the water right now, going through the wreckage, trying to assess the danger in very dangerous, dark, and murky circumstances. We still have 3 individuals who have not yet been recovered. And so the work of those divers is particularly important so that these families might be able to bring closure to all that's going on. I mentioned Governor Wes Moore. I want to speak more about him and his team and the members of the Maryland delegation who have worked in lockstep with one another to get us to this point. My thanks to both senators in the other body, Senators Cardin and Van Hollen, the entire House delegation, Congressman Hoyer, Congressman Ruppersberger, Congressman Raskin, who you'll hear from in just a moment, Congressman Sarbanes, Congressman Andy Harris, Congressman Trone, Congressman Glenn Ivey, and myself. I'd like, if I might, before I talk more about the state's effort and what we are really dealing with when we think of this collapse, it's more than just concrete and bricks and steel falling into the ocean. It has disrupted supply chains across this nation that we hope to reopen and to reestablish. So allow me, if I might, Mr. Speaker, to yield 3 minutes to my fellow Marylander, the gentleman who is the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mfume. I am grateful to you for your extraordinary leadership through this catastrophe and for convening us for this special order hour this afternoon. I rise to speak about the devastating collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in our beloved home state of Maryland. In times of catastrophe across the country, from earthquakes in California to hurricanes in Florida to flooding in Louisiana to wildfires in the West to terrorism in New York or Washington, D.C., we come together as a country to help our communities recover and rebuild. And we cannot allow any of the political divisions in America today to interfere with this process of coming together to help a community struck by catastrophe in this way. Disasters befall all of our states and all of our districts, and they are not partisan in character. We have got to stick together to support all of our communities, and that's what we are going to do in Maryland, and we're going to do as a nation to rebuild the Baltimore Francis Scott Key Bridge. I want to thank Governor Moore's administration, the Coast Guard, Secretary Buttigieg, the Army Corps of Engineers, first responders, the Maryland Transportation Authority, everyone who's working overtime to address this disaster. The Unified Command convened by the Coast Guard has been hard at work removing the bridge debris from the river and restoring access to the port. Salvage and recovery operations are ongoing in a very difficult and complicated process. The Dali vessel, weighing 213 million pounds, is the same size as the Eiffel Tower, with pieces of bridge weighing as much as 4,000 tons laying on top of it. The water is frigid and murky, complicating the ongoing and heroic rescue efforts that began immediately. I want to thank President Biden and his administration for their exemplary leadership in the face of this catastrophe and his characteristic commitment to help the local community rebuild. The President has directed his administration to move heaven and earth to rebuild the bridge and to recover the port as rapidly as possible. And within hours of receiving Maryland's request, the DOT and the FHA swiftly approved $60 million in initial aid. I also want to acknowledge the devastating loss of the 6 construction crew workers who were killed in this nightmare when they were working what seemed like a routine nighttime shift fixing potholes. Our thoughts continue to go out to their families and all of their loved ones. We have a long road ahead of us to rebuild the bridge in Maryland, and our bipartisan congressional delegation stands ready to do everything which needs to be done to restore full access to the port and rebuild the bridge. I want to thank you again, Mr. Mfume, for your extraordinary leadership, and thank all of our colleagues who've expressed their support and their sympathy for the people of Maryland dealing with this crisis. Thank you for standing with us, and I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, whose district is miles from where this happened, but who has been with us every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield now to the gentleman from Maryland also, Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you very much.
Yielding 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Congressman Mfume, and I want to thank you for organizing this very important and special tribute. It's a tribute, as you've already heard, to the 6 hardworking men who lost their lives during this collapse of the bridge on March 26. They got up that morning, early in the morning, because they were out there in the middle of the night on this shift, not knowing, obviously, what was going to happen, and their families could have no inkling of what was going to happen on that tragic day, but they were just out there doing their job. And I want to thank you in particular because in every setting now, every public statement you've made, you've led with concern and focus on those 6 workers that were lost. They were husbands, they were dads, they were brothers, friends, and our deepest condolences go out to their families who are feeling that incredibly profound loss. This is also a tribute to the first responders who sprung into action and as a result were able to save other lives on the day of that collapse. And they continue, these first responders, to search for the remaining bodies of those that were lost under very dangerous conditions because they want to reunite them with their families and their loved ones. So they will be remembered as heroes, and they deserve today's tribute. We also want to pay tribute to the response, the immediate response. Within minutes of this disaster, President Biden made clear that the nation was going to step in and step up. And he put his team, led by Secretary Buttigieg and others, on the task. And in Baltimore, we could feel that embrace and that support right out of the gate. So this is a tribute to the executive branch response. It is a tribute to President Biden and his team. It's also a tribute to Governor Moore, who also stepped up that day and frankly every day since to show the solidarity of this response and this unified command. So we're going to push through this. And, you know, Baltimore gets knocked down sometimes, but we always stand back up. That's the grit of Baltimore. And in this case, we know we can't stand up by ourselves. We need President Biden. We need Governor Moore. And we need the United States Congress to be part of a national response for a national project to restore the channel and the Port of Baltimore, which is so critical to the economy of our city, our state, our region, and the nation, and then ultimately, as we know, to rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge. So that's why we're here paying tribute in the way we are today. And again, I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Mfume, for organizing this opportunity for us today. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank him for his interest, his work, his dedication to this mission that is before all of us, and that is to rebuild this bridge and open the lanes of commerce once again so that our nation's economy is not affected in ways that would cause us unwanted and unnecessary harm. Mr. Speaker, I'd like at this point in time to yield 3 minutes to the Speaker Emeriti of the United States House of Representatives. She is a native of Baltimore, the daughter of a mayor and the daughter of a congressperson, but the daughter of the city, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I especially thank him for his leadership for the great state of Maryland and the city of Baltimore, as well as for calling this special order this evening so that we could come together and express the heartbreak that we all felt and now to commemorate the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge and these 6 beautiful souls, in loving memory of them who lost their souls on that dark morning. Thank you again, Congressman Quasi, for organizing the special order. I join you and Congressman Sarbanes in recognizing the leadership role of the Governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. I want to pay tribute to the Mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott, and to all of our congressional delegation for uniting together in a bipartisan way in response to this tragedy. 2 weeks ago, just to remind, it was 2 weeks ago in the dark of night and braving the cold, a crew got to work making repairs to the Francis Scott Key Bridge. They were doing their jobs so that 30,000 people a day could go to theirs to do their jobs. Our love and prayers are with those who lost their lives in this collapse and with their families who lost a husband, a brother, a father, a son. Our gratitude is with the heroic emergency responders. They responded so quickly and saved lives, as well as the teams working quickly to clear the channel. The magnitude of the collapse cannot be understated. 6 families shattered first and foremost. Tens of thousands of commuters rerouted. Paralysis of a port that handles $80 billion a year in commerce, sending a shockwave to the entire economy. But inspired by the love, unity, and resilience of the Baltimore community, Baltimore will rebuild. President Obama has been mentioned, and the Congress must be there with resources to support every step of the way. And on that score, I would say that having been in this Congress for a long time, sadly, we have borne witness to many natural and other disasters that have befallen our communities, whether it was the bridge in Minnesota, whether it was a storm in Florida, whether it was Katrina in New Orleans, whether it was water damage in Iowa. The list goes on and on, but we've all been there for each other. Maybe not all of us, but most of us have been there. And this is a big, big tragedy, but in terms of cost, much smaller than many of the hurricanes and the rest that have happened in the rest of the country. But we can learn from them, whether it's unemployment insurance for the workers, whatever it happens to be. We want to make sure that we utilize every resource at our disposal to bring people together. Governor has pointed out, as has Congressman Quaisi and members of the delegation, the mayor, our Senator Sarbanes, Congressman Sarbanes, our Senators Ben Cardin and Chris Van Hollen, that this is a national challenge. If you are a restaurateur in Tennessee, you are affected by this. If you're an auto worker in Ohio, you are affected by this. If you're a salesperson in West Virginia, you are affected by this because of just the products that come through, and the jobs that are affected by it. In closing, I mean, my father was mayor of Baltimore my whole life. And when I was in first grade, when I went to college, he was still the mayor of Baltimore. So that's where my heart is. And I always was so proud of the fact that the national anthem was written in Baltimore. Francis Scott Key, in the War of 1812, wrote the national anthem. And my brother Tommy, who also was mayor of Baltimore, was always fond of singing it in his way. And the line in the song that I always like the best, and I think that applies here, is when he says, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. That's when I start cheering at the game. Not at the end, but at that point, as I just did at opening day in San Francisco. Those were the words penned by Francis Scott Key as he gazed upon the ramparts. Now a bridge bearing his name is near where those ramparts were. And as we rebuild, indeed, give proof through the night that our flag is still there. Our flag being our unifying symbol of our country, that we're all in this together. And we will be there. We'll learn from other disasters. We'll teach other disasters in the future by how we, in a new, fresh way, in the Baltimore way, Baltimore strong, rebuild the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Proof through the night that our flag was still there. Thank you, Mr. Mfumi. I'm pleased to yield back to you.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Speaker Maratai, both for your leadership in the greater San Francisco area, but also for your love for the city of Baltimore. Both cities are very, very fortunate to have you, and I can only say thanks. Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 29 minutes still remaining.
Thank you very much. I'd like to yield at this time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I want to thank him for organizing this special order hour. And I also want to join with the comments that have already been made with respect to condolences to the families of the 6 lives that were lost. I remember when I heard about it that morning, there were 8, I think, that were missing initially, and I remember praying at that time that they would survive, even though the emergency services made immediate efforts to try and save them and blocked off the road so that no other people were going to meet that fate. I know that we've lost 6 at this point. So it's a sad moment. It's a tragic evening, and we certainly want to extend our condolences to them and their families and their communities. Gustavo Torres and some of the other officials and leaders in those communities recognize the impact that was had, and we certainly want to tell them that we support them. We're going to work hard to help them make it through this tragedy in every way that we can. I also want to commend Governor Moore, who's been outstanding in the way he's handled this event, and the leadership he's provided has been quite impressive, I think. He's really risen to the occasion. I knew he was a talented leader, but I think he's demonstrated that repeatedly during this time. And I want to thank the Biden administration, too, for taking immediate steps. The president himself came out, I think, that same day and made the commitment to make sure that the bridge got rebuilt, that the federal government was going to make 100% efforts to cover those costs, and that he was going to do everything in his power to make sure that that happened quickly, that we weren't going to wait for the litigation to take place, because I think the last time there was a bridge collapse, the litigation took 10 years to resolve. So thank goodness he's decided to move it forward immediately, because we need that money now. We need to rebuild it. You've heard about the economic impact on the region, and I think that's certainly the case. So making initial and quick steps to make that recovery happen, I think, is critical. I did want to say this, too. That morning, I got calls from reporters about the tragedy, and some were asking for initial responses. But some also asked me about comments that people had made with respect to the collapse of the bridge. One candidate for Congress said, DEI did this, and he called Mayor Brandon Scott the DEI mayor. One right-wing provocateur said, foreign agents of the United States attack digital infrastructures. Another individual says, looks deliberate to me. A cyber attack is probable. World War III has already started. And then lastly, a Utah State representative, this is what happens when you have governors who prioritize diversity over the well-being and security of our citizens. And I told that reporter then, and I want to say it on the House floor now, that I thought those comments were beyond disgusting and irresponsible, and that I thought it was a sad moment. I know we're having very partisan times here in the United States, and certainly here in the House, but I think this is a moment where we need to rise above that. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues who did just that and are doing just that now. Andy Harris stood with us. Congressman Andy Harris stood with us yesterday. We had a press conference where we had the Biden administration present, the governor was present, the House and Senate delegation from Maryland were all present, and he was there too and voiced his support for full recovery of the bridge. And I want to say this just to end. The voices that I just mentioned a moment ago, those are not the representative voices of my colleagues here in Congress. I think they understand that this is not about red states or blue states. This is a moment where this is about the United States of America. And it's times like this where we have to turn to each other and not on each other so we can rise above the tragedy and move forward together. I know we can do better. I know we'll continue to do better. And I want to commend all of those who've done better so far with this effort. So thank you for yielding, and I now yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his comments, for his leadership on this, and for his steadfastness as we all try to work together to move beyond this American disaster and to create in its place a new bridge, new lanes of commerce, and new opportunities economically for people who relied so much on that port and, by the way, on every port in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes now to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ruppersberger, a senior member of the Appropriations Committee.
Mr. Chairman, well, first thing, I want to tell you that I represented the Spires Point, the Key Bridge, for over 20 years, and we just had redistricting. And all of a sudden, you're the new person, and you've jumped in with both feet, and I appreciate your leadership, pulling people together. Now, the funny thing, the bridge is located in Baltimore City, but Baltimore County is right next to it. I grew up and went to school in the city. Okay. Here I go again. And you went to Turner Station, and which is in Baltimore County. So it's really, I think, unique that you're here now to move forward and to do whatever you need to do. So you're doing a great job. And I want to thank you, Kwasi, for your leadership and all that you're doing. Okay. First thing, I said before, I proudly represented the port for over 20 years until the recent redistricting. And so I literally watched the port grow into one of Maryland's and our country's strongest economic engines. Today, the port supports more than 51,000 direct, induced, and indirect jobs and another 346,000 related jobs. These are jobs associated with the cargo moving through the port, companies that export and import cargo through the port, as well as the end-stage businesses like manufacturers and auto dealers. All of this activity generated $5 billion in personal wages and salaries for Marylanders last year alone, and brought in $647 million in state and local tax revenues. In total, the economic value of the Port of Baltimore to the state of Maryland just in 2023 was more than $70 billion. Let me say that again, $70 billion. Now, with the development of Trade Point Atlantic in nearby Spires Point, at the foot of what was once the Key Bridge, the opportunities for even more employment and economic growth are exponential, unlimited. We are anticipating a tremendous surge in manufacturing jobs, as well as jobs in retail and hospitality. And that is why we have invested smartly, strategically in the port over the years at the local, state, and federal levels. We added an impressive 50-foot berth and massive Neopanamax container cranes. We upgraded terminals. We are expanding the Howard Street Tunnel so that it can hand double-stack trains going to and from the port with cargo. Last year, the federal government awarded the port $47 million for a new roll-on and roll-off pad, an offshore wind project, and other upgrades for the port for the Key Bridge and the Port of Baltimore. This, of course, was part of the massive investment that came out of the bipartisan infrastructure bill this body wisely passed in 2021 to help us compete with ports around the world. And these investments are paying off in dividends. In fact, last year, while ports nationwide were returning to their pre-pandemic baselines, the Port of Baltimore was the only U.S. port to see container volume increase. We handled record cargo. Clearly, investing in our infrastructure is a safe return for our taxpayers. It's creating jobs, making our supply chains more resilient, and curbing inflation. And so, rebuilding the Key Bridge as quickly and safely as possible is a top priority for me, for our state, for our country. It's a top priority for Maryland delegation, and it should be a top priority for all of us. Our delegation will soon be introducing legislation to require the federal government to make good on the President's commitment, and we thank the President for his commitment, 100%, to cover the costs of rebuilding the bridge. And we're going to do it quickly, and we have a lot of individuals throughout the country working to do this for us. This is consistent with the catastrophic loss of other major infrastructure elsewhere in the country. There's no time for partisan politics or unreasonable demands. We must pass this quickly together. We also cannot lose sight of the human toll of this unimaginable tragedy, not only the port workers who will be unemployed or underemployed, but the 6 construction workers who lost their lives. My heart goes out to them and their loved ones. They were doing dangerous, gritty work, filling potholes in the middle of the night to support their families and serve their community. They deserve our respect. And finally, I want to thank our governor for stepping up, and on a state level, our local government, our mayor, our Baltimore County Executive, John Olszewski, and we really have come together as a team. And my hope is that in rebuilding better, we can prevent a tragedy like this from ever happening again, to prevent other families from experiencing the same grief that they are experiencing right now. I urge all my colleagues to support us in the effort, and I yield back except for one thing. You know, I've been here for a while. This is my last term, and I'm not happy with where this Congress is now on both sides of the aisle, not working together to get things done. I hope that this experience, this negative experience, will turn into a positive experience where Republicans and Democrats will work together for the benefit of the United States of America and for my home, Baltimore. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his words. We thank him also for his service to this body for almost 2 decades. We wish him well as he goes forward. And one thing we're all sure about, that his heart remains in Baltimore. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, at this particular point in time, yield to another gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, a senior member also of the Appropriations Committee and a member whose eastern shore of Maryland is his entire district and the entire coastline, and who has always worked diligently on behalf of issues affecting the Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. Today, I rise, as fellow members of my delegation have, to speak regarding the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and especially to honor the memory of the hardworking men who lost their lives the morning the bridge collapsed. These hardworking men were fellow Marylanders, husbands, fathers, brothers, and friends, and their passing serves as a solemn reminder to cherish our own lives and the lives of those we love deeply. Mr. Speaker, the Maryland Congressional Delegation stands united as we mourn those lost and extend our heartfelt condolences to their grieving families. I also want to take a moment to recognize Maryland's brave first responders, whose heroic actions saved lives the morning the Key Bridge collapsed. Once that Mayday call was issued from the approaching ship, Maryland's Transportation Authority police acted quickly and in less than 2 minutes stopped traffic from coming over the bridge. There's no doubt those immediate actions saved lives and averted an even greater tragedy. We want to thank those officers who protect us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even in the middle of the night, while most of us sleep, as was the case that day. Mr. Speaker, the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge and the closure of the Port of Baltimore has caused serious economic consequences for our state's economy. The Baltimore Port is the largest U.S. port for handling farm and construction machinery, handles agricultural products. It's also a large export facility for American coal. 15,000 jobs directly depend on the Port of Baltimore. And I want to especially thank the Army Corps of Engineers for their quick and tireless work to get the channel cleared so that the port can reopen as soon as possible. As we continue to work on the cleanup phase of the bridge collapse, it's important that we seek maximum liability from those foreign companies who owned and operated the ship that crashed into the bridge. As I have long said, American taxpayers in both Maryland and across the country should not be held responsible to pay for the cost to rebuild the bridge if indeed there was negligence on the part of those foreign-owned shipping companies. Mr. Speaker, in closing, tragedy knows no partisanship. The Key Bridge collapse wasn't a Republican tragedy, it wasn't a Democrat tragedy, and the solution to clearing the channel, reopening the port, and building the bridge back even better than it was before won't be a partisan solution. It'll be a bipartisan one. As we navigate the necessary legislation going forward, We all commit in the delegation to working in a bipartisan way to cut through federal red tape, clear that channel, open that port, and construct an even better, safer bridge so that our fellow Marylanders, Maryland's economy, and those affected by this tragedy will come back stronger, safer, and united. And I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his comments and to underscore what I said earlier and what was said by several other people, that this disaster is not a partisan disaster. It affects all of us in this country, regardless of our political label. And I just want to commend the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, for his steadfastness on this. And I'm going to take a few moments to talk about several other members on both sides of the aisle who have, through their example, demonstrated the best way to go about dealing with a disaster like that, and that is to do it lockstep together. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the other gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Steny Hoyer. I want to recognize him and yield 5 minutes. He, as you know, is former minority leader. He is, for those who don't know, the dean of the Maryland delegation. Steny?
I thank the gentleman for yielding, but just for the record, I was the majority leader. Late at night, a ship being guided by people working for the Port Authority of Baltimore lost control of a gigantic ship. Unable to propel it or guide it, they called immediately to the Transportation Authority, as Mr. Harris pointed out. And the good news for, we don't know how many people, but perhaps hundreds, they acted quickly. We had a tragedy for the loss of 6 lives. Working on that bridge to keep it in good shape and safe shape. Tragically for them, that gigantic ship that had lost power and lost the ability to steer it took down a significant portion of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, causing their deaths. And that we lament and send our thoughts to their families. That was the immediate tragic effect. But the effect of this bridge and the sections of the bridge falling into the channel and precluding ingress and egress had international consequences. Certainly consequences to the state of Maryland. Certainly consequences to the United States of America. This port being one of the busiest ports in America. And as the previous speakers have said, carrying a variety of critically necessary products and creating a dynamic economy, not only around the port itself, not only in Maryland, but internationally. So I rise to join my colleagues, and you might be surprised that this is bipartisan, nonpartisan in approach. But it is because, as Mr. Harris again said, this is not a partisan tragedy. This is a tragedy for those who lost their lives, those who have lost their immediate economic, whether they were owners, shippers, whatever, or longshoremen and others working for the port. As a result, we in Maryland believe this is, as we would believe if it were another port that had been so damaged, that this is a question that the entire country needs to address. We've done that before. We did it in a Minnesota bridge fell on an interstate, and we acted. And we acted as a nation, 100% paying for that Minnesota repair. We hope that and believe that the Congress will do the same. We are pleased that President Biden, in a very short time after the accident occurred, said that's what the nation would do and that's what he would recommend. I want to congratulate our governor, who has set up essentially a command center. And I think every American citizen would be extraordinarily proud, not only of those people who acted within a minute of stopping traffic, of hearing the danger from the ship itself, but also the Coast Guard, the Board of, not the Board of Public Works, but the Army Corps of Engineers. They acted within literally hours of the accident, putting the machinery to fix it and open this port and to take care of the people who work for the port and are advantaged by the port. And they're on the job today. They'll be on the job tonight. They'll be on the job tomorrow morning. And our Secretary of Transportation, who oversees the Port Authority, indicated to us just a few days ago when we had a hearing that they are hoping to open this port to 80% of the shipping that would use this port, not this big tanker. They need a deeper draft, but a 30-plus feet draft by the end of May. That is government at its best. In the press conference we had, and I will close with this, the biggest tragedies in many instances bring out the best of government, best of people, in helping one another overcome that tragedy. So I thank the gentleman for taking out this special order. This happened in his district, but it affects 434 other districts, That's right. the nation, and countless countries. So I thank him for his leadership, for his strong voice, and for galvanizing the Maryland delegation, along with the governor of our state, Governor Moore, to meet this challenge and make it better. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland, the former Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, for his comments, his friendship, but also for the effort he has put forward as a part of what we call Team Maryland. Again, a bipartisan effort to correct this tragedy. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Mfume for and my colleagues from Maryland for organizing this special hour. I bring heartfelt condolences from Chicagoland. Next to me is a picture of the 6 men who died in this accident. They were doing construction work on the bridge as it collapsed. All 6 of them were immigrants from Mexico, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. Dorlian Cabrera, Miguel Luna, Maynard Sandoval, Alejandro Fuentes, Carlos Hernandez, Jose Lopez. Like far too many immigrants, they encountered tragedy working in the country they came to seeking a better life. Immigrants keep our country moving. Immigrants power our economy, but immigrants are more than just their labor. Latinos are disproportionately in high-risk jobs like construction, and we cannot wait for tragic accidents or death to recognize immigrants' humanity. So as we rebuild the Key Bridge, we must also advocate for stronger workplace protections for all workers, including immigrants, regardless of their status. Rebuilding the Key Bridge is a national imperative. There's precedent for the federal government footing the bill in situations like this, and as a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I will fight to make sure that this happens. After all, the Key Bridge has regional, national, and international significance. My thoughts are with the families of those who perished working on the bridge. My thoughts are with the people of Baltimore and Maryland. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time?
The gentleman has 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to do a couple of things here, and that is to, number one, thank Speaker Johnson for the conversation that we had shortly after this bridge collapsed, and for his full understanding of the impact on the nation and why this is so very important that we, again, allow commerce to flow through that port. I want to thank Rosa DeLauro and Hakeem Jeffries, our minority leader, Rosa, the ranking member on the Appropriations Committee, for their understanding in this issue, particularly Leader Jeffries, who went above and beyond a commitment personally to try to get this thing done and to make sure that we did it together. I'd be remiss if I did not thank Tom Cole, the new chair of the Appropriations Committee, who spoke with me just 2 days after this happened and who understands completely the economic impact that this poses for our nation, as well as to members on both sides of the aisle as we try to find a way to make sure that we move forward. Let me be redundant and underscore the fact that this is one of the nation's top ports. It's the largest estuary that it sits over, meaning the Chesapeake Bay and the Patapsco River, but the port itself is a significant contributor to our economy, and it's the #1 port in terms of roll-on and roll-off of automobiles, new automobiles. It's a great exporter of titanium, of sugar, of coal, and of a number of other imports. I want to also, as well as exports, I want to also say that it's been a pleasure working with our governor, working with Mayor Brandon Scott of Baltimore, County Executive Johnny O of Baltimore County, Bill Ferguson, the President of the Senate in Maryland, and Adrian Jones, the Speaker of the House, who have pushed through emergency legislation to help us to assist all of the dock workers that are affected, all of the small businesses that are affected, and helping us to move toward some sort of resolution of this issue. I began my remarks by saying that we must not ever forget the human souls, the lives that were lost that day. And again, as we think about this well into the future, I hope that all of us remember that this was a bridge, but this was more than just a bridge. It became a graveyard also. And so because of the suffering that these families have endured, I would ask everyone all over the nation to join us in understanding that this is not a partisan issue, that we must find a way together to get through this, that we must protect our nation's supply chains and all of that risk that it poses for consumers in our society, and that we can do it together. There will be a process to determine the funding mechanisms and the funding ratios. That will all be a part of some of what the Appropriations Committee will do, I'm sure. But more than anything else, this becomes a milestone, and I hope that we look at it as a problem that occurred that was solved by the work and by the potential and by the input of everybody who cared, no matter where, in fact, they were or are. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would, at this point, yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans are advancing important measures on the floor this week. We continue to work hard for our constituents and the American people, we continue to push the Biden administration to address the ongoing crisis at the border and increase our domestic energy production capabilities. We're standing by Israel and denouncing President Biden's efforts for a one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. This is a Hamas-led travesty, and we need to make sure that we continue to have and focus on the evils that Hamas terrorists have created and the turmoil that they've created in that region. So a lot to get to. I appreciate many of my colleagues for being willing to share some thoughts today, and I will first turn the time over. If the gentleman is ready from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate this time and the opportunity to expound upon very important topics that we face across the board, whether it's today's legislation or ongoing discussions. So I wanted to touch a little bit this afternoon on the situation with Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration that are willfully and systematically ignoring our nation's laws, which are foregoing national security, diminishing our national security. Of course, I'm talking about the border situation. How the president and the administration continue to get away with ignoring the sieve that our border is, the hundreds of thousands coming across. You could put the number at over 7 million over the full time over 3 years. It's probably hard to really estimate what it is. Yet people coming in this country, on the terminology, let's say migrants, or even in some cases by the administration, newcomers. Why these euphemisms? People breaking and entering into this country illegally and undermining its security, undermining our systems of services, etc. So early on in this session, House Republicans passed a bill known as H.R. 2, which is one of the strongest border security packages ever in history of the House. And it holds the administration accountable for this colossal failure we see every day. Eagle Pass, all along Texas, all along Arizona, New Mexico, California. So what is the outcome from Secretary Mayorkas? Well, the House in its wisdom decided to move forward with an impeachment. Now, that hasn't been delivered to the Senate yet. I think timing is everything, and the Speaker in his wisdom decided a little more time was correct before those documents are delivered and the Senate is looking at taking it up. Hopefully they will. Hopefully Leader Schumer doesn't just try and brush it under the rug, because there's serious charges here, and the track record of the Secretary and the whole Biden administration on this certainly bears the discussion, certainly bears the information that has come out and will continue to come out in an impeachment process. So as well, whatever happens with that impeachment, whatever the timeline is, we still have H.R. 2 sitting over in the Senate waiting for action as well. And again, in order to tighten up our own border and properly handle the laws we already have on the books. We don't need a lot of new legislation. We just need to define better, it looks like, because this administration doesn't seem to, on what asylum really means, on the policies that had been in place before that were working reasonably well. But under Mayorkas' leadership, we would have over 9 million illegal immigrant encounters nationwide, 7.4 million encounters at our southern border, and then 1.8 million known as gotaways that have gotten away from the Border Patrol, and that's the ones we know about. Okay, immigration judges have thrown out approximately 200,000 cases because the DHS did not properly file the required notice to appear paperwork by the time of the scheduled hearing. Did they purposely blow that DHS, so they could say 200,000 of them didn't have the proper paperwork to appear, and those are now permanent getaways? That's a pretty wild coincidence. 200,000 in On top of that, and this is my personal opinion, do they have the same rights on this type of legal question as well? I mean, that the timeline expired and they didn't get the right paperwork. They're still illegally in this country. Again, not migrants, they're illegal aliens that have broken into this country. So we have the Biden administration's far-left open border policies are what is to blame for this historic crisis. Over 60 instances of the Biden administration taking actions that have undermined our nation's security, including halting the construction of the border wall. That's why I said 60 different actions. You know, was it just to unwind what Trump did because he doesn't like Trump? I had a recent visit down south of the Tucson area near a place called Naco, Arizona, and you can still see what looked like probably a mile in either direction of the metal material there that was being used at the time to construct the border fence. Piles and piles of giant girders of steel there. And I could look up close. I could show you pictures where it's marked on there, October 2020. The date of it is still marked there, of the material laying there. President Biden, about a year and a half ago, made some mention like, well, maybe we'll start putting that back up and fill in some of the gaps on a different trip to Arizona where closer to a dam. You see all these different gaps. So miles of fence, but there's gaps in it. Well, the people coming in, since they're being welcomed by our government, can just find any one of the gaps in the fence and be picked up. We're sending vans to go pick them up so we can get them processed sooner and cut them loose with the idea that they might come back within 2 years or whenever the court date would be, except for DHS screwed up the date and lost 200,000 of them because they didn't give them the required notice to appear. So in the meantime, we're trying to hustle them into the country as fast as possible through the actions of Biden's directives with border personnel. So they announced on May 10 of last year that it would allow for some release of migrants in the U.S. with no way to actually track them. The Department of Homeland Security has now admitted that 40% of catch and release migrants have just flat disappeared into the country. The Senate must hold the trial for Secretary Mayorkas' impeachment because he needs to be held accountable. You can't just ignore our laws like that and make a joke out of it. This is, again, our security, the fentanyl that's coming in, the people that are going to be part of terrorist cells that are known, the people that they have caught and turned away from very questionable, very dangerous associations. So this is no joke. This is no just, shouting in the wilderness. This is very real. And how, again, this administration continues to get away with it blows my mind, and a lot of minds of the American people out there. How can this be happening? So President Biden lately is talking about, well, does he have the authority to make a move on further enforcing the border? Well, it's an executive action. The laws are on the books. We've legislated on that. We've put forward funding on that. And so the president, his action is to execute and to enforce the laws that are on the books. If we would execute and enforce them properly to the fullest extent we could as a country, we wouldn't have nearly the problem that we are seeing right now. So in the meantime, we legislate here. H.R. 2 is sitting over in the Senate. I urge the senators to take that up and move in a direction that will further define and tighten our laws so we'll have a much more secure border. So with that, call your United States senators, have them move H.R. 2. Thank you for the time. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. I always appreciate his participation. I will now yield so much time as the gentleman from Maryland may consume. Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding me time. This afternoon, I'm going to talk a little about Bidenomics. It's interesting. The president doesn't talk about Bidenomics anymore. He thought about a year ago it'd be a neat thing to talk about, but I guess the problem is reality struck. Just over a month ago, President Biden stood just right in front of where you stand now, Mr. Speaker, in this very chamber to give his State of the Union address. He declared, and I quote, "Our economy is the envy of the world." Well, just today, the Consumer Price Index, a key inflation index, came in, quote, hotter than expected. And oh, by the way, that's not good news for Americans. It actually increased to 3.5%. Again, higher than it's been the past few years. It's been higher than it's been in 40 years. As we all pay more for almost everything in Joe Biden's economy, let's take a really close look at the economy that Joe Biden built. Well, when Joe Biden took office, the national debt was $28.7 trillion, a huge amount of debt. But now it's approaching $35 trillion, or more than $250,000 of debt for every American household. Now, in my district, that debt is higher than the average mortgage in my district. So the average family, actually, the mortgage is the least of their debt worries now. Now it's the federal debt. The CBO projects that by 2031, $2 trillion deficits will be the norm. But I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that as usual, the CBO gets this wrong because this year it's going to be way over $2 trillion. In fact, over the last calendar year, so from last beginning of April to this beginning of April, the federal debt has increased over $3 trillion under Joe Biden's watch. Joe Biden's new spending initiatives, just the new spending initiatives in the budget he just proposed, adds up to a price tag of $5.5 trillion more over the next 10 years. And that's just new spending. Doesn't count the ongoing growth of existing federal programs that he projects in his budget. Together, all this new spending is going to drive up federal deficits to 10% of GDP, a level we have only seen in the modern era during the national emergencies of COVID and World War II. Now, since Joe Biden took office, inflation has risen to historic levels, and make no mistake, Bidenflation is a direct result of Joe Biden and the Democrats' out-of-control government spending. Just a couple of days ago, J.P. Morgan Chase's CEO, Jamie Dimon, no friend of this side of the aisle, warned in a letter to his shareholders that interest rates could rise to 8% or higher. He also mentions drivers of persistent inflation being military conflict throughout the world and fiscal deficits. Well, let me tell you something. The Biden administration are absolute champions of military conflicts throughout the world and fiscal deficits. The bottom line is, as we both know, as we all know, under the last administration, there were no hot wars. The Middle East actually was becoming more peaceful, not less peaceful. The Russians were not advancing in Ukraine. All changed with this administration. And the resulting military spending that's going to be necessary worldwide will drive inflation even higher. And that's not my word. That's the word, again, of the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase. I think a person who understands how this economy works. Now, President Biden's economy is affecting Americans of every age, and we all know it. In fact, according to a recent survey, 1 in 8 retirees now plan to return to work this year because they simply can't afford retirement anymore. Inflation has driven up costs of everything: groceries, gasoline, housing, rent, everything. And a recent study in the Wall Street Journal showed that a $100 grocery list from 2019, and for those of you keeping score, that was during the last administration, now costs $137. And anybody who goes to the grocery store, Mr. Speaker, anybody who's watching us today who goes to the grocery store knows this is true. They know what a loaf of bread costs. They know what a dozen eggs cost. They know what a gallon of milk costs. They know what everything, when they go down the aisles, they know everything is more expensive under Joe Biden's watch. If Joe Biden thinks the economy he built is, quote, such an envy, maybe he ought to take a walk through a grocery store. Within the first 2 years of this administration, Joe Biden and the House Democrats passed their so-called American Rescue Plan. I don't think we feel too rescued, to be honest with you. And the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is the real laugh because everybody knows inflation isn't reduced from where it was in the last administration. And both those send federal government spending sky high. Again, what Jamie Dimon warns us is going to lead to a prolonged inflationary period and high interest rates. Lastly, I want to talk about energy prices. Because when you go to the gas pump, you got to buy diesel, you got to put in your farm tractor, you got to buy diesel, you put in your truck. You know what it costs now. About 50% more than it did under the last administration. Energy prices, your electric bill, your heating bill, everything is going sky high because of this president's policies. Make no mistake, Joe Biden's out-of-control spending, his spending agenda, and his economic policies have made life simply unaffordable for American families. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. I'll even bring up another anecdote that when you hear voices like President Obama's economic advisor Larry Summers talk about, there's one equation when you enact that much government spending like that happened in President Biden's first 2 years. There is only one outcome when you enact that much spending with no offsets. The American Rescue Plan, Inflation Reduction Act, like you mentioned, immediately create that type of relief spending that is unnecessary, immediately create inflation. That's what we've experienced. House Republicans oftentimes don't get the credit that we deserve for taking back the majority and putting an end to all of that additional spending that was enacted so quickly as soon as the Democrats had the White House, House, and Senate. They do those bills under reconciliation. They don't require the filibuster anymore, and they passed over $3 trillion that way on party line vote. And just by taking back the majority, we have the opportunity to completely eliminate that and also work to find other areas of waste and push that as much as possible. So again, thank you, Mr. Harris, for that message. Sometimes the details and data are inconvenient when you're trying to push a narrative about an economy, but it's good to make sure to highlight that. Next, thrilled to hear from a good colleague and friend from the great state of New York, Mr. Langworthy. I yield you so much time as you may consume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our conference vice chair for holding, this hour and leading us and helping us get our message out there for the American people. Today, I rise to bring attention to the fact that Americans have been held hostage in Gaza for 186 days. American citizens currently sit behind enemy lines, held hostage in Gaza. The world changed on October 7th when Hamas launched a barbaric attack, a bloodthirsty rampage on the peace-loving people of Israel, and they claimed the lives of over 1,000 innocent civilians, including 32 American citizens. 250 hostages were taken, with 5 American citizens still believed to be alive and fighting for their survival in Gaza. Now, last week, I had the honor to travel to Israel, and while in Jerusalem, I, with my colleagues, met with the Goldberg Poland family, Rachel and John Goldberg Poland, whose son Hirsch, an American citizen, was taken hostage at the Nova Music Festival, where 379 beautiful young people's lives were stolen. They brought into focus that we have little to no information on the health and the welfare of the hostages. International organizations cannot get that data. And the last video of Hirsch from that day showed him applying his own tourniquet as his left arm had been blown off by a grenade. Their family has shown such courage and grace in telling the world about their son and his story and the story of the hostages currently held. There have been many other families just like theirs whose loved ones have been ripped away from them, and they still do not have answers. We must do everything in our power to secure the release of these Americans, including standing strong with Israel in their fight against Hamas. We cannot let the fact that 6 months have gone by to let us forget that American citizens are being held hostage by Hamas. Not for one day, we can't forget. Not for 1 minute. It is time for strength and unity, not weakness or division. President Biden should be calling for their release every single day. Israel needs America at its time of peril. The bond between our two nations is unbreakable, And I will continue to work tirelessly in this Congress to defend Israel's right to exist and right to defend itself. They need to defend itself against all, no matter what the cost, against these people that committed these crimes and atrocities. We must stand together in the face of evil and send a clear message that America will not tolerate the murder and the capture of our citizens and innocent citizens across the globe. And we need to demonstrate our unwavering commitment to peace and freedom in the world. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I appreciate your passion, and I echo your comments. So thank you, Representative Langworthy. As we wrap up, I just wanted to quickly say again, thank you to my colleagues for sharing their heartfelt messages. They put time and effort into making sure their constituents and the American people know some of the most important things that are going on back here, and I appreciate their time to be down here. And with that, I will yield the time as he may consume to the good representative from Missouri and good friend, Mr. Alford.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today, as my colleague did before me, Nick Langworthy, to express my support for the state of Israel in its war for survival, basically, against the terrorist Hamas group. We need to make one thing perfectly clear in this body, that we stand with Israel, no matter what. As Mr. Langworthy just said, we just got back from Israel. In fact, 16 congressmen and women, with many of their spouses, went as well. This was a trip to gain insight, to gain context and perspective, to be educated about the plight of Israel and what they are facing in this war with these brutal savages, the Hamas terrorists. What we saw, Mr. Speaker, was horrible. We went to a kibbutz in the southern part of Israel. It was one of our first stops. This was a village. Basically, a kibbutz is a community or a gathering of people, and it was a beautiful village at one time. We went there, and it was frozen in time. Tricycles were left out in the sidewalk area. Clothes were pulled halfway out of the dryer. Food was still on the table of some of these homes. Other homes were almost burned to the ground, glass shattered, lives shattered as well. Because we saw that moment frozen in time, 6:32 on October 7th, the morning of October 7th. The folks who had woken up that morning thought it was just going to be another normal day at the kibbutz, a day to share with family, to go to school, to work in their crops, and yet they're just within a stone's throw of Gaza. Little did they know that that day was going to be a day that lived in infamy for Israel. Because you see, the Hamas terrorists broke down the fence and the gates into that kibbutz, kidnapped more than 40 people from that kibbutz, but killed more than 200. Brutally murdering women who were pregnant, ripping the babies out of their womb, burning others alive. And we were able to see firsthand the devastation and destruction left by these brutal terrorists. Israel is a nation of resolve, and we saw that as well. We saw that in kibbutzes further north up on the border with Lebanon, where an entire kibbutz there, 654 people had to be evacuated because they were not safe because of the rockets from Hezbollah. You see, Hezbollah is being funded by Iran. This is a proxy war. People who don't want Israel to exist, who want to wipe it off the face of the earth. The sanctioned money that this president has released, some $16 billion, that has gone to Iran, that has been used to buy rockets and missiles for Hezbollah, Saturday morning, we left a hotel in that kibbutz area to make our way further north and to the west there near the Lebanese border. 52 minutes after we left this hotel, Mr. Speaker, Hezbollah fired 30 rockets on that hotel that we stayed in. The Iron Dome stopped 29 of those, but one of them hit nearby the hotel. Didn't do any damage. But 16 members of Congress and their families were there just an hour prior to that. It is very clear that this is not just a war between Islamic terrorists and Israel. This is a war between civilizations. This is a war, a battle between good and evil. And that is why it is imperative that we stand with Israel. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, at your home, maybe you've lived there a couple of decades. Imagine if you lived there 80 years. And the neighbor to your right and the neighbor to your left and the neighbor across the street and the neighbor behind you never wanted you there, and all they could think about is driving you out of that house. And if it meant killing you and your family to do that, so be it. That is what the state of Israel is facing. We met with the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. We met with the President of Israel, President Herzog. And let me assure you today, despite the media reports, Mr. Speaker, despite what others in this body may be saying, the will of Israel is strong to finish off the 4 battalions that remain in Rafah of these terrorist killers, and just as importantly, to bring them home. To bring home the 133 hostages, some of them Americans, bring them home safely. Unfortunately, just today, Mr. Speaker, a report was released that the Hamas terrorists may have delivered up some 40 of these hostages to other terrorist nations or terrorist entities and may not even be in Gaza. Israel needs to know if these people are alive. They deserve to know proof of life. A lot of people are calling for a ceasefire. Israel, the IDF, has Hamas on the ropes. It's time to finish the job. It's time to eradicate Hamas. It's time to bring the hostages home, and it's time for peace in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, I want to close with this because this is nothing new to Israel. Ever since they crossed the Jordan River, some 2,600 years ago, a prominent Levite songwriter in King David's court penned these words 2,600 years ago, and it still rings true today, Mr. Speaker. O God, do not remain quiet, do not be silent, and O God, do not be still. For behold, thine enemies make an uproar, and those who hate thee have exalted themselves. They make shrewd plans against thy people and conspire together against thy treasured ones. They have said, come, and let us wipe them out as a nation, that the name of Israel be remembered no more, for they have conspired together with one mind against thee. Do they make a covenant? Who say, let us possess for ourselves the pastures of God. God, fill their faces with dishonor, that they may seek thy name, O Lord. Let them be ashamed and dismayed forever, and let them be humiliated and perish, that they may know that thou alone, whose name is the Lord, art the most high over all the earth. Today it's Israel. Tomorrow it could be America. The jihadists and the Islamic extremists, the terrorists, call Israel the little Satan, and the United States of America they call the great Satan. We stand with Israel. And even if this administration is trying to pry open a crack between our relationship, This body should not let that stand and make it very clear that Israel is our friend, Israel is our ally, and we will stand behind them and beside them. When this is all over, and I hope very soon, because this could be, Mr. Speaker, this could be over today if Hamas would release the hostages and simply surrender. When that does happen, we will rejoice with Israel. But, Mr. Speaker, until that does happen, we weep with Israel. And with that, I yield.
Thank you to the gentleman from Missouri. I can't add any more to that. But to quickly just highlight a point that I think needs constant reminding. The Abraham Accords were some of the strongest, most positive potential opportunities for peace in the Middle East by creating trade relationships with Israel and Arab nations. These are unprecedented. These are some of the most important things that I think happened in all of the foreign policy from our previous administration. And Saudi Arabia was inching towards engaging on these types of trade relationships. Iran doesn't want that to happen. Iran supports Hezbollah. Iran supports Hamas. Hamas does this attack. The whole intent was to make sure that the narrative and the public perception will change on Israel because it was inching too close to productivity with a bellwether like Saudi Arabia being willing to potentially embrace trade negotiations and diplomatic relationships with Israel. Iran does not want that to happen. They will do whatever they can to incite violence and terrorism to make it. They know that Israel will go and protect themselves. They know that Israel will respond. And they know that if it waited long enough, that even the President of the United States, who's traditionally been a very strong supporter of Israel, will start to put pressure on Israel as if October 7th was their fault. We cannot forget that narrative. We cannot forget that Iran is rejoicing and exuberant that there's one-sided pressure is put on Israel at this moment. I think that point is so important to make, and I appreciate my colleagues for sharing so much of their thoughts on various elements of the economy and other foreign policy issues. And Speaker, with that, I thank you very much, and I will yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Utah for hosting a forum here on the floor for our colleagues to be able to talk about the important issues with respect to Bidenomics, such as you can even use that term as anything other than creating and inflicting pain on the American people through a big spending, highly regulatory, inflationary environment that's killing the average hardworking American family. That's the truth. My colleague from Utah brought a number of our other colleagues down to make that point very clearly, in addition to making the point that, and the point that I've come to the floor of the House to underscore and reiterate, and that is the importance of the United States of America standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder, with our friend Israel. We are not. That's the plain and simple truth. We are not standing side by side with Israel at a time when she most needs it. 3 days ago was April 7th. That marked the 6-month time frame since the brutal attacks of October 7th. October 7th in Israel has become, much like we describe, September 11th. As we know, Hamas, through both what's publicly available and those things that we have seen privately, in terms of the information available and the videos that we've seen and the horrific slaughter of human beings in Israel,
Hamas slaughtered children, raped women, burned whole families alive, and took hundreds of innocent civilians hostage. An estimated 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th. Those numbers are still numbers that we're trying to track down. An estimated 130 hostages of the initial estimate of 250 are still believed to be held in Gaza. To be very clear, that includes Americans. Americans are right now being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. 91 Israelis are dual citizens, 8 Thai nationals, 1 Nepali, 1 French Mexican, but 6 Americans. 6 Americans. But instead of unequivocally backing Israel and backing the fight against Hamas, a United States designated terrorist group, I want to be very clear, the Biden administration has been undermining Israel every step of the way. Last November, on the floor of this body, the People's House, the representatives of this body passed, on a bipartisan basis, funding for Israel. We did so immediately. It is something I'm proud of. I am not shy to criticize members of both sides of the aisle for the shortcomings of the People's House. But we came together on a bipartisan basis and we passed, I think it was about $17 billion of funding for our friends in Israel just over a month after the vicious attacks against them. That bill would have funded their needs, shown that we would stand next to Israel, and importantly, it was paid for. It was paid for out of the expansion of the Internal Revenue Service, which most recently was found by the IRS's own Inspector General to have 63 of the additional of the audits that were added are for people who make less than $200,000. 63% of the audits were for people who make less than $200,000, which, by the way, is what we said would happen if you expand the power of the IRS, that the average American, the average hardworking family would get targeted by the bureaucrats of the IRS, but our Democrat colleagues and the President of the United States, a Democrat, radical progressive Democrats, are choosing the Internal Revenue Service, are choosing to target you, the hardworking American family, are choosing to side with Hamas over Israel. That's what's happening. So instead of America standing up together, united, and standing right alongside Israel, our Democrat colleagues in the administration and in this body and in the Senate give lip service to standing with them and instead are trying to undermine them. Again, I want to be very clear. Republicans in the House passed off of this floor with Democrat votes legislation that would fund Israel, that was paid for, so we're no longer just spending money into oblivion, by taking away some of the increased expansion of the IRS that the IRS's own Inspector General has acknowledged and reported is being used to target hardworking middle-class families. That's the truth. That's the distinction. But it goes a lot further than that. The Biden administration is trying to tie the hands of Israel. They're taking active steps to undermine Israel. Biden, the President Biden told reporters that Israel's military operations in Gaza were, quote, over the top, and the bombing was, quote, indiscriminate. President Biden told protesters, quote, I've been quietly working with the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza. And I'm using all that I can to do that. That is the President of the United States. On March 25th, just a couple of weeks ago, President Biden's representatives at the United Nations greenlighted by abstaining instead of voting. By abstaining instead of voting on a United Nations Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire without any connection to the release of hostages. Can you imagine the leadership of our country where they could have a veto exercise in the United Nations Security Council, chose not to exercise that, abstained, walked away, refused to stand up, and in essence turned their back fully, not just on the nation of Israel, but on every Jewish American who knows family and friends and their heritage connected to the great state of Israel. This president and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle turn their back around on Israel. That's the truth. There is no debate on that truth. It's literally what happened. Now, by the way, the administration is all too happy to continue to throw billions of dollars to the United Nations. And this is when I give a little wake-up call to my colleagues on this side of the aisle for continuing to fund a government at war with our people and at war with our values by giving more funding for the United Nations. But it is this administration that is throwing money at the United Nations. I think this last bill we just moved was $3.5 billion. Let's keep in mind that the United Nations General Assembly, that paragon of virtue, has passed 153 resolutions condemning Israel. 0 on China, 0 on Cuba, 0 on Turkey. I could keep going down the list, but 153 resolutions condemning Israel. Anybody with eyes can see what is happening. The Prime Minister of Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, was correct when he said, quote, just as the United States would not agree to a ceasefire after the bombing of Pearl Harbor or after the terrorist attack of 9/11, Israel will not agree to a cessation of hostilities with Hamas after the horrific attacks of October 7th. Every member of Congress, the President of the United States, every member of the Senate, we should be standing up shoulder to shoulder, backing Prime Minister Netanyahu, backing Israel with their unequivocal right to defend themselves, their unequivocal right to root out Hamas from the hostile forces that have been attacking them, and to not allow the international community to gaslight the world into saying that Israel is slaughtering civilians, because it's simply not true. The press and the international community will throw out numbers of the casualties in Gaza, but what they don't tell you is that a large number of those casualties are in fact enemy combatants. They are literally operating like divisions, like a military, but they hide because they're cowards. Because Hamas are cowards, and they hide under schools, and they hide under hospitals, and they build tunnels all through the city, all through the streets, making it as hard as it has ever been in the history of warfare for a sovereign nation, Israel, to defend itself against evil terrorists embedded in the civilian communities right underneath the streets in Gaza. But what's amazing is that what will be studied for years to come is the extent to which Israel has bent over backwards, has worked to minimize the casualties. I don't have the most recent data, but I would tell you that it's something in the zip code of, I think 19,000-ish casualties of civilians and about 13,000 terrorists or enemy combatants. If you don't know how ratios work out in the world of combatants, this is actually an historic low. History will judge this as an extraordinary feat by Israel to attack those who levied the most heinous attacks on their people and are holding hostage, I will remind people, 6 Americans. History will view this as an unprecedented success in modern warfare to root out and target evil and try to avoid civilian harm. Just to give you an example, I just told you there was roughly 19,000 civilian casualties to about 13,000 enemy combatant casualties. Okay, 19,000 civilian casualties to about 13,000 enemy combatant casualties that I believe the data reflects that we see going on in terms of Israel and their engagement with Hamas in Gaza. Here's a point of reference. According to the United Nations, civilians usually make up around 90% of casualties in war, which would be a 1-to-9 ratio. I mean, think about that. Think about the extent to which that is what the United Nations, that paragon of virtue that has had 153 resolutions condemning Israel. The United Nations says that ratio is normally 1-to-9. And Israel's got it at something in the zip code of like 1 to 1.5. While you have the enemy not marching in a line of redcoats, not getting in the field and just marching at you as the enemy combatants, but hiding as the cowards that they are in the tunnels under the schools and the hospitals and the businesses and the communities in Gaza. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this chamber and in the Senate should be ashamed of themselves, as should the President of the United States, for walking away from Israel, going to the United Nations, abstaining from your role in the Security Council to stand aside Israel while buying into the nonsensical lies about what Israel is doing when they're actually doing probably the best job in the history of humankind to root out and target the enemy combatants and the terrorists who are embedded in the communities of Gaza. It's an extraordinary feat. It is something we should hold up as a model of success and then stand alongside Israel. And what we should do is send over the $17 billion that we already passed off the floor of the House and sent to the Senate, which is paid for by shrinking the IRS. An IRS, which is already pointed out, is targeting hardworking American families, as the Inspector General of the IRS noted. Seek the truth. Figure out what's really happening. I noticed that my friend from Maryland has joined me. I've been talking about the extent to which we should be standing alongside our friends from Israel. Would be happy to yield such time as he shall consume to my friend from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman from Texas. Look, what we're watching is a complete foreign policy failure on the part of the Biden administration. And we're watching it on two fronts. We're watching it in Eastern Europe, where peace prevailed under the last administration, and no coincidence that shortly after this administration bungles the withdrawal from Afghanistan, that Mr. Putin invades Eastern Europe. And then, on October 7th, Hamas, after this administration actively interfered with an internal discussion they were having about their court system, Hamas again, detecting weakness, launched that horrific, unhuman attack on Israeli civilians on October 7th, where they take over 200 hostages. And Mr. Speaker, the latest news, literally just coming out today, is in the negotiation, the Israelis were willing to negotiate a ceasefire. They just have to release 40 hostages, Israeli hostages, and Hamas says they don't even have 40 Israeli hostages anymore. Now, there are only two possible explanations for that. Hamas is lying, and they have more than 40, because, again, we heard in the rule debate today, the other side of the aisle, they said, well, there are 133, we should be talking about this. There are 133 hostages. Well, Hamas says there aren't anymore. So they were either lying that the hostages aren't there, or, even worse, they killed the hostages. Civilian hostages. These are not uniformed members. These are civilians. Look, I wore the uniform of the country. You put on the uniform of the country, and let me tell you something. You understand you could be taken prisoner, you could be subject to violence during war, but you don't expect it in this unprovoked attack on October 7th on civilians. So furthermore, this administration, which couldn't even get a withdrawal from a war correct, they couldn't even withdraw from a war correctly, they're trying to tell the Israelis, who are under an existential threat, and we don't understand, Mr. Speaker, we don't understand that in America because we got two oceans on two sides and two friendly nations to the north and south. We don't understand what it's like to live in a neighborhood where some of your neighbors have said, death to your country, that your country shouldn't exist. We don't understand that. And yet this administration and this Pentagon is attempting to tell Israel how to win this war. And what they want after the war is a two-state solution. Well, look, I want peace and I want utopia and I want all that too, but let's investigate. What do they mean by a two-state? Wait a minute. Gaza was a two-state solution. Gaza got its independence, its ability to govern itself. Humanitarian aid by the hundreds of millions of dollars, including from the United States, pours into Gaza to make life good for the citizens, bring water in, bring all the infrastructure in. And the only infrastructure Hamas built were tunnels under the city so they could launch an attack and have a place to hide when Israel responded to the attack. That's what they did. That's what a two-state solution looks like in Israel. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you had to have the privilege to visit Israel and land at Ben Gurion Airport. But you know Ben Gurion Airport's between Tel Aviv and it's between Jerusalem. And if you look at the map of Israel and you look just to the northeast of Ben Gurion Airport, there sits a piece of the West Bank. What the Palestinians want. They want to claim that territory. And if you look at that, and we visited one of those places, it's on an elevation. And from that piece of the West Bank, you can look down in the valley and there's Ben Gurion Airport. The people who took me up there said, let me tell you why a two-state solution doesn't work, because if this is the second state, a single shoulder-fired rocket at an incoming jumbo jet, because these jets are big that come into that airport, can destroy destroy that airplane, and the effect of just that one shoulder-fired rocket would be bringing the economy of Israel to its knees, because you would disable. There are no international flights would go into Ben Gurion. Of course they wouldn't go into Ben Gurion. We don't think that can occur. Of course it can occur. Israel has to be able to defend its territories. It has sworn enemies. And, Mr. Speaker, I will remind the body that at that protest in Michigan over the weekend, they weren't chanting only death to Israel. They were chanting death to America. And this protest didn't occur in Riyadh. It didn't occur in Jordan. It didn't occur in Tehran. It occurred in Michigan. People in this country calling for death to America. And if we think people in this country are calling for death to America, imagine what they're thinking about in Tehran, where they really want to bring death to America, where they are weeks away from a breakout on 3 nuclear weapons. We know what the damage of only 1 nuclear weapon can do. They are weeks away from a breakout on 3 nuclear weapons. This all happened under this administration's watch, where we think the appropriate response to Iran is to send them another pallet full of $6 billion, with them promising, oh, it's only for humanitarian aid, ignoring the fact that money is completely fungible. That of course that administration in Tehran is going to say, oh, well, now we don't have to buy food here. We can use that American money to buy the food, and we're going to spend that money to send to Hezbollah in north with tens of thousands of rockets that could rain down on northern Israel, to Hamas in Gaza, to the militia that surround them in Syria, the Iranian-backed militia. How naive can you be about the dangers of this world? How naive can you be? Well, we know how naive you can be, because you just got to go to the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue to find it. Where in this election year, they are putting the security of one of our best allies in the country up for bid for electoral votes. That's a real shame. I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for giving me the few minutes, because our friends in Israel deserve the full, unqualified support of the United States to win their war. Not our war, it's their war. Existential threats, it's one of our best allies. They deserve our help, not our criticism. I yield back to the gentleman.
I think my friend from Maryland, his remarks are particularly meaningful as one who proudly wore the uniform of the Armed Forces of the United States, and I appreciate him for his service in the military as well as a member of Congress. But he says it exactly right. And I think it's really critical to understand that it is disgraceful. I don't know other way to put it. It is disgraceful for the American president to pressure Israel instead of Hamas. But that's what's happening. If we truly want to end the humanitarian suffering that war necessarily brings, the answer is never and is not appeasement. It is not. It is the unequivocal support for Israel finishing the job. Everything else is a distraction. The American people, I know the Americans I represent, the Texans I represent, I assume the gentleman's constituents, they want us to stand with Israel on a bipartisan basis. That means pressuring the Senate to take up the bill that we already sent them, that is in fact paid for, that we sent in November. Pressuring the Senate to bring up that bill. And by the way, for their part, Hamas can end this war immediately by accepting the fact that their side has lost the conflict, that Israel is going to exist, and that America is going to stand next to her. Because as long as we're in this body, we're going to be fighting to ensure that this country stands side by side with Israel, notwithstanding the fool-headed decisions of the current administration. Hamas leader Ghazi Hamad pledged that October 7th attacks were just the first time, that there will be a second, third, and fourth. Will we pay a price, he says? Yes, and we are ready. We are called a nation of martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. Are we awake? That's the truth, and it's not just Michigan on our soil, by the way. In Houston, Texas this last week, there were individuals chanting death to America. It is coming to our shores. It is on our shores because a weak administration, a weak Congress is allowing it and encouraging it. Calls for a ceasefire are called for Israel to surrender to Hamas and to surrender to terrorism. Those are the words of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he is completely correct. A ceasefire will only allow Hamas to rebuild a plan another October 7th. That's the truth. And I want to close with one point here. I am never afraid to call out my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I stand behind a speech I gave before Thanksgiving saying, what have we done? Name one thing. But I want to say this. The debate for the soul of this country is happening on the Republican side of the aisle. And it is a debate that is being carried out in full display for the American people to see it. And it started with the Speaker's debate 15 months ago. And it has gone through a number of unbelievably important changes that we've been trying to make in this institution, and we're not going to stop. We're not. Last year, we were able to pass the strongest border security bill in history. I am proud of that as a Republican. It went over to the Senate, and it died at the hands of Democrats. We were able to pass a responsible increase in the debt ceiling with reforms that would have made this country stronger, more prosperous, with less inflation. Unfortunately, side deals got done, and that got sidetracked, but it was a giant step forward. This body impeached for only the second time in history a sitting cabinet member, Alejandro Mayorkas, for his complete and utter failure to secure the border of the United States and his dereliction of duty. I'm proud of that. I'm proud that this body's done that. I'm proud that we stood up and sent over legislation to the Senate that funded Israel, that took that money and paid for it out of the IRS. I'm proud of that. When Republicans stand united for victory, stand united for freedom, stand united athwart our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, an administration that want to undermine our country and undermine liberty and walk away from Israel and fund open borders, when we're united against that, we win and we lead and people follow. When we instead cower down and say, oh, we have to do something to get something done just for the sake of it, then that's just unity with no purpose. I am proud of the Republican conference when we're united in purpose to defend the liberty of the American people. I'm proud today that we had a debate right here about the difficult decisions of foreign intelligence surveillance so we can go after bad guys, like the bad guys that want to hit Israel and hit us. But to do so while we're respecting the constitutional protections and the liberties that the founders understood were critical. We do not have a country that is worth preserving if we're going to burn the Constitution while we try to defend it. We must stand together to defend civil liberties while we stand together to defend our country. The American people expect no less. We should stand side by side with Israel. We should unite to make sure that we can continue to carry out surveillance against bad actors while protecting civil liberties. We should stop spending money we don't have. We should secure the border of the United States. We should continue to do the great things this Republican conference has been able to do when we're united and standing against an administration led by radical progressive Democrats that want to undermine the American dream, destroy our sovereignty, leave our borders open, undermine our children's safety, put criminals on the street, side with Hamas over Israel. We can stand athwart that if we will unite to do it. And that is my call. That is what I believe we must do. With that, I thank my friend from Maryland for joining me. I thank the Speaker. And with that, I would move that we adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.